Chapter 630. Under the dazzling starry sky, beside the flowing river. A cluster of bonfire was burning and the flames were rising into the sky, making crackling sounds and causing sparks to fly outwards. On the huge bonfire, there was a huge ghost tiger that was constantly being flipped and roasted. There was a group of men and women dressed in black combat uniforms sitting around the bonfire. The atmosphere at the bonfire dinner was much better than what Jiang Shao had imagined. Due to the characteristics of the guardians of the night, Jiang Shao naturally treated them as a group of quiet, boring men and women. Second last was a typical example. Back when she was teaching the apprentices in the Nocturnal Mountains, she had also guided the two kids in the same direction. They were the guardians of the night, after all. Of course, they had to be able to endure loneliness. However, the atmosphere at the bonfire dinner was rather enthusiastic, perhaps because they were old friends. It was said that those who were off duty and those who were on shift had all turned up. A tattered guitar and a soldier who would interrupt the singing and playing from time to time because he wanted to drink made Jiang Shao feel emotional. Jiang Shao was not as emotional as Fang Xingyun, but the scene was indeed wonderful. Under the vast galaxy, among the dancing fireflies, the light from the bonfire shone on the faces of the soldiers. There would always be people joining in the singing along, and there would always be people who would be absent-minded, lowering their heads and not saying a word. Jiang Shao was like a person admiring an oil painting as he stood far away by the slowly flowing river. The soldier who was hugging the guitar seemed to be in his 30s, and seemed a little tipsy. He raised his head and gulped a mouthful of wine, only to have it snatched away by his companion. He laughed heartily and wiped the water stains on his lips before continuing to sing the unfinished song. Picking up the wine in the cup at dusk, I'm lonely after the wind and rain, do you have an intoxicating smile, the wild geese fly past, the chrysanthemums are all over my head. There were more than 20 people at the bonfire dinner, but Jiang Shao still managed to find second last easily. At this moment, she was sitting on the grass with her body slightly tilted back and her hands on the grass. She was arching one of her legs and sizing up the familiar figures with her long and narrow eyes. The light from the fire illuminated her face. In the melodious and beautiful song, she vaguely felt something and turned her head. Jiang Shao retracted his gaze in time, only to see a soldier staggering towards him. Time's back is so distant, the years of the past come back to my heart. And meet. Don't snatch, ha. Sing. Continue singing. Hurry up. Amidst the cheers from afar, the song continued. In the sea of people coming and going, the people in the distance are waving at you. Whine. Jiang Shao looked at the soldier in front of him silently. He knew this person, Ho Zihu, who should be a captain. Ho Zihu was holding a wineskin in his left hand and a dagger in his right. There was still a large piece of barbecued meat that he had just cut off. Little brother, I haven't seen you in 3 days. You've put on a mask. Ho Zihu smiled and said. Thank you, Jiang Shao said politely, but he put his palm in front of him, indicating that he didn't want to eat. Ho Zihu stood in front of Jiang Shao and whispered, I know she's very strict, but it's okay to eat a little on such an occasion. Jiang Shao shook his head silently and looked at the man who was holding a guitar and loudly asking for wine. He changed the topic and said, It's very nice. What's his name? Him? Ho Zihu put the dagger to his mouth and tore off a piece of greasy barbecued meat. He said, Ho Yanhuan, the easiest person to be chosen. Jiang Shao said, Ha, we all know what it means when the officer is here. Ho Zihu said with a smile, I've been working with Yanhuan for 6 years. I know what he's capable of. But I never knew he could sing. Ha. He specially borrowed this guitar. The intoxicating singing continued. Even though it was a little off-key, the voice was really very infectious. It entered the chorus stage. You have to walk the road of north and south. Don't look back. Where do you swim in the wind and rain? Let the water of the Yangtze River flow in the sky, Jiang Shao said, because you guys have too little entertainment. Ho Zihu said, yeah, that's true. Ever since I joined the Guardians of the Night, I've never participated in a bonfire night. The officer is summoning me. Jiang Shao turned to look, only to see that second last, who was sitting on the grass in the distance, had raised her hand and gestured for them to come. Ho Zihu smiled and said, you're really strict. You haven't changed at all. In order to avoid being lectured, I'd better leave. By the way, Jiang Shao asked, what? Ho Zihu walked towards the bonfire and raised the wineskin in his hand. He then said to Jiang Shao, World Champion, brother, work hard. Behind the mask, Jiang Shao smiled embarrassedly and glanced at Ho Zihu, only to see that second last had deliberately pointed at him and gestured for him to come over. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and strode over. Mountains beyond mountains, buildings beyond buildings. Mountains and buildings no longer exist. Don't wait in front of the closed window. Wild geese fly past and the fragrance of chrysanthemums fill the building. Amidst the chorus, Jiang Shao walked towards second last and squatted down. What's the matter? Second last's face was flushed and she reeked of alcohol. The meat is edible. Jiang Shao was at a loss for words. His mask was not real, but it was an illusion. The strength of the soldiers present was above the standard. Hence, he decided to forget it. Seeing that Jiang Shao didn't respond, second last looked at the other side and pointed at the soldier who was carrying a guitar with her chin. How is he? Jiang Shao shrugged and said, I don't know, I'm not familiar with him. Second last said, go and try him. Jiang Shao asked, now? He's really drunk. Second last leaned back again and leaned on the grass with her elbows. She then looked up at Jiang Shao and said in a softer voice, go easy on him, then. Are you taking advantage of me? TSK. I like it. Listen, look, and think about it. Time passes quickly. Needless to say, there are only a few rounds in life. Ho Yanhuan dragged out the last syllable and sang a beautiful ballad with a bold and unrestrained feeling. Amidst the cheers and applause, Ho Yanhuan finally received the wine pouch that had been passed around for a round. He was drunk and gulped it down, only to realize that there was not much wine left in the pouch. He raised his head and the pouch, waiting for the wine to drip down. However, he suddenly felt that there was silence all of a sudden, and only the crackling of the bonfire could be heard. Screech! There was a soft sound of the blade piercing the ground. Ho Yanhuan put away the wine pouch and looked up, only to see a mysterious man wearing a circle mask. He was Commander's teammate, a regular member of the Tail Feather Team, the Light Chaser, 9 Tails. Before the bonfire party began, Chief Second Last had strictly forbidden anyone from disturbing 9-Tailed, and the Light Chaser had been standing silently by the river in the distance, at the side of the tent. Ho Yanhuan crawled back half a meter and stood up shakily, after which he looked at the mysterious 9-Tails who was still silent. Actually, he was not mysterious at all. Everyone knew what kind of youthful face he had behind the mask. This young man was also the one who had won the supreme honor for China a month ago while wearing the national battle robe. In fact, many of the soldiers present were wondering how such a proud son of heaven could shed his aura and arrogance and stand quietly by the river, keeping watch for everyone. Ho Yanhuan threw the guitar away and wiped his clean buzz cut with one hand. He then looked at Second Last who was in the distance and glanced past Jiang Shao. Second Last smirked and nodded slightly. Haha, no problem. Ho Yanhuan said while laughing heartily. It was the gold-quality battle puppet star technique. For a moment, the surrounding soldiers became agitated, and a voice came out of nowhere. Fight! 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 One voice, two voices. Everyone yelled loudly and their voices were sonorous and powerful. Ho Yanhuan tilted his neck and got into a fighting stance. Behind the mask, Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and did not intend to take advantage of him. He reached out and pulled out the giant sword, which he then spun and threw into the sky before getting into a fighting stance. Amidst the sounds of battle, the rotating giant blade quickly fell and stabbed into the grass. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have heard the sound of the horn of a battle as they collided with each other. Woo! Ahaha! Waves of exclamations and cheers lingered around the bonfire from time to time, resounding in the night sky. The shadows of the fists flashed and were accompanied by the sounds of the wind. The intense battle lasted for nearly 3 minutes until Ho Yinhuan transformed into a star power ball and condensed a star power ball in his hand. Jiang Shao then stopped attacking and retreated. Ho Yinhuan immediately stopped too, and a star power ball hovered around each of his wrists. He couldn't help but pick up the star power ball and knock his head in frustration. Combat habits are terrifying, especially when you encounter a real opponent. I drank too much and got too agitated, so the battle almost escalated. It's not embarrassing to lose to the world champion. Haha! Jiang Xiaopi! Victory! Yanhuan transformed into a star power ball. He's bullying a kid, ha 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 ha. Ho Yanhuan listened to the jokes of his comrades and couldn't help but laugh heartily. He took a few steps forward and bent down to pick up the guitar on the ground. He yelled, "Don't talk. I'll sing another song for you guys." Woo! Okay. Ho Yanhuan plucked the strings forcefully with a smile on his face. Jiang Shao pulled out the giant sword and returned to the river in a flash. Fireflies danced under the starry sky. Jiang Shao looked at the cheering faces from afar. The so-called battle and the so-called outcome were no longer important at this moment. Singing voices drifted in the air as they drank and chatted merrily. Although the sky would never light up, the party would eventually come to an end. After a long time, Jiang Shao carried the tipsy second last and walked towards the tent that had been set up by the river amidst the farewells. She was too happy today, so Jiang Shao didn't intend to put her in a sleeping bag. He was going to let her sleep on the grass. When Jiang Shao tossed her into the tent and turned around to walk out, second last suddenly said softly, "Someone asked me just now." Huh? Jiang Shao turned around, squatted down, grabbed the zipper of the tent, and pulled it up. Second last's voice sounded in the tent again. "They asked me how I managed to convince a popular person to willingly put on a mask and hide her identity to join this team." Jiang Shao smiled and asked, "How did you respond?" Second last sat up and looked at Jiang Shao through the unzipped door. "My answer is that I don't know. If you do, you can tell me." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "We can use the elimination method. First of all, it's definitely not because of her beauty." Second last was speechless. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 631. 7 hours later, second last walked out of the tent. She was extremely healthy and had enough sleep. Hence, she looked refreshed and she didn't seem drunk at all. As soon as she opened the door of the tent, second last saw Jiang Shao standing silently by the river and guarding the tent. Second last felt a surge of warmth in her heart and opened her mouth in a bid to say something. However, she didn't say anything in the end and simply walked over. Hearing the sound, Jiang Shao turned around and said, "You're awake." "Yes." Second last walked into the river barefooted, squatted down, and washed her face with the clear stream water. The cold stream water made her feel more awake. "Let's go," she said. Before Jiang Shao said anything, she continued, "I'll drive." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shao was on the verge of tears. This girl has finally found her conscience. Finally! He could sit in the front passenger seat for once. The two of them did not bid farewell to the guardians of the night. Instead, they left their tents behind and left. This place was under the protection of the guardians of the night, which was why it was so safe. There would naturally be someone to collect the tent. With the help of Jiang Zhao's teleportation technique, the two of them quickly left the beautiful star base level 3. They showered and changed into ordinary clothes in the soldiers' lounge before rushing back to the parking lot. Second last drove the Land Rover, and this time, her long legs did not suffer too much. As the car drove on the endless road, second last took the initiative to start a conversation. "What do you think of Ho Yanhuan?" Jiang Shao rested his elbow on the window frame and rested his chin on his palm while looking out of the window in boredom. "He seems to be a cheerful person and his martial arts are pretty good too. He was rather drunk at that time and his physical reaction was much worse, but I can tell that he's good at martial arts." Second last said, "He's an imperial warrior." Defensive battle? Jiang Shao froze for a moment and thought, the auxiliary faction of shield warriors? Second last continued, "I'm interested in his auxiliary star techniques, which are very suitable for the great sage. Also, if Ho Ming's damage output is really good like you said, then they should be matched with defensive players." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Oh, by the way, you've been thinking about your subordinate. Where are our other two teammates?" Second last turned her head slightly and asked playfully, "Do you need it?" Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Does second last mean that she wants the two of them to form an army? TSK. You really think highly of me. Of course, from that perspective, Jiang Shao could actually form an army alone, and second last could be kicked out too. Oh! Jiang Shao suddenly clenched his fists, and his bored expression suddenly turned into one of excitement. Second last asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Shao said happily, "I'm lucky." He only used 9 ancient archer star beads to absorb a silver-quality ancient archer star technique. Only? What do you mean by only? Second last was speechless. 9 gold-quality star beads and a silver-quality star technique. Is that considered luck? However, when second last saw how elated Jiang Shao was, she didn't say anything to discourage him. Instead, she asked, "What star technique?" Jiang Shao answered, "Silver? Exploding arrow." This time, Jiang Shao wasn't that happy. The ancient archer general had 4 archery star technique: exploding arrow, freezing arrow, plague arrow, sacrificial arrow. Each of them had their own special effects, but Jiang Zhao's favorite was the sacrificial arrow, which was a magical archery star technique that could deal a psychological blow to the enemy. Unfortunately, Jiang Shao didn't manage to absorb the sacrificial arrow. However, the exploding arrow was great too because it could blast the enemy and cause flames to explode within a certain range. However, it was a silver-quality star technique, after all, so the damage caused by the explosion was not as strong as expected. In the Calamity Ruins, the 5th star slot of Jiang Zhao's Big Dipper star map was glowing with a silver luster. Then, a fiery red bow made of astral power suddenly appeared in his hand, and a blazing arrow of fire also appeared on the string. Note: there is a small bug here. In order to avoid taking up too much space, it will be explained in the author's words at the end of the article. Whoosh! The fire arrow drew a long line of flames and pierced through the slightly dark Calamity Ruins before hitting the air wall. Bang! The sound of an explosion could be heard. It was not earth-shattering, but it was rather imposing. The flames spread out on the air wall and the visual effect was rather good. Such a scene reminded Jiang Shao of the group of zombies who tried to add him as a friend when he participated in the National League. What a dreamy feeling. I actually know how to play with fire too? I can even make the fire arrow explode? Jiang Shao grabbed the fiery red hunting bow in his hand. Wrapped in star power, it didn't burn his hand at all. It was really amazing. Jiang Shao drew the bow again, but this time, he did not shoot the arrow. Instead, he pinched the tail of the fire arrow with 2 fingers and pulled it out. Jiang Shao threw the flame-hunting bow away and played with the fire arrow with his right hand, as if he had returned to high school when he was bored and twirling his pen. It's really not hot at all? Is this the difference between my fire arrow and other fire series star techniques? Does this thing recognize its owner? In the ruins of Calamity, the decoy Jiang Shao tried to absorb the last 2 gold-quality star beads of the ancient archer general in an attempt to add an attribute-type archery star technique to himself. However, as expected, he didn't manage to absorb anything while driving. Second last said, "You can try to absorb the Shadow Crow star bead. It's not just to escape and enter the battlefield. You can also transform into a shadow crow and fly in the sky to look for traces of humans." Jiang Shao nodded. Second last had already convinced him about the Shadow Crow star bead. It couldn't be helped. Jiang Shao couldn't absorb any spatial star techniques at all. That would be a real waste. The gold-quality Shadow Crow star bead was extremely functional and was indeed suitable for exploring the map. Jiang Shao even imagined a scene where several white ghoul witches led hundreds of gold-quality white ghouls to hunt him down in the upper latitude. Then, Jiang Shao suddenly released a flock of black crows and turned into a crow himself. He then flew away quickly above the army and said, "Oh, let's go, I'm not playing anymore, isn't that wonderful?" Would the white ghosts be angered to death? However, he would have to be careful of the white ghoul witch and not let it heal him with its golden blessing. By then, I don't know if I'm speaking human language or the hoarse caw of a crow. In the Calamity Ruins, the decoy Jiang Shao took out a bunch of Shadow Crow star bead. Although Jiang Shao did not have an internal star map, he had long memorized the list of star techniques in the Shadow Crow star bead. Shadow Crow star bead, gold quality. 1-star technique Phantom Crow. Summon a large number of phantom crows to disrupt the enemy. Silver. 2-star technique Chaotic Crow. Inject star power into the illusionary crow, extend the duration of the illusionary crow, and cause it to explode. Gold quality. 3-star technique Shadow Crow. Transform into a crow, ingenious camouflage. The size of the transformed body is directly related to the total amount of star power in the user's body. Gold quality. The journey of paywalls continued. If he did not have enough star slots, he could make up for it with his skills. If he didn't have enough talent, he would make up for it with money. I'm really a rich and useless little healer. While driving, Second Last watched Jiang Zhao's amazing facial changing skills. At this moment, Jiang Shao was really like a child who could change his expression at will. He could change his expression 3 times in a second. In fact, at such a close distance, Second Last could see all of Jiang Zhao's reactions clearly from the corner of her eye without having to gather any intelligence. After a long time, Second Last, who was watching the pantomime, smirked and said in a hoarse voice, "I succeeded." Yes. Jiang Shao rested his elbows on his knees and rested his chin on his hands, looking down at the ground with a despondent expression. "I've absorbed the star technique Phantom Crow. The 14 gold quality star beads are gone again." Second Last comforted him softly. "You can always fight again if you run out of star beads. Put away that expression of yours." Jiang Shao muttered in displeasure, "Did I get in your way?" Second Last said in a hoarse voice, "You're an eyesore." "Humph." Jiang Shao put down the back of the passenger seat and lay down, leaving Second Last to watch his back. Second Last was about to say something, but she recalled that he had been guarding her outside the tent for the entire night. At the thought of this, Second Last gave up the urge to pick him up and continued to drive quietly. More than 10 minutes later, Second Last frowned slightly because she could sense Jiang Zhao's rapid breathing. After a long time, his breathing finally stabilized. To her surprise, after another 10 minutes, Second Last heard Jiang Zhao's rapid breathing again. "What's wrong with this kid? Why does he always have nightmares?" "Nice," Jiang Shao exclaimed as he sat up abruptly and waved his fist. "So, he didn't sleep?" Second Last asked. "It's done." Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly and said, "It's done. Not only has it been done, but there are also only 3 Shadow Crow star beads left. Whether Xia Yan can absorb star techniques in the future depends on her fate." Second Last said, 42 Shadow Crow star beads, 3 left." Jiang Shao waved his hand and said, There are no rubbish professions in this world, only poor players. Second last was speechless. There were a total of 39 gold quality star beads, and he managed to absorb 1 silver quality star technique, the illusionary crow star technique, and 1 gold quality shadow crow star technique. He didn't even see the gold quality chaotic crow star technique. That's a godlike success rate. Jiang Shao was wrong, really wrong. He initially thought that after the quality of the decoy was upgraded, it would bring him endless benefit. To his surprise, it turned out to be a terrifying diamond-quality gold-swallowing beast. At this moment, Jiang Shao finally realized that he had to work harder in the future in order to raise his own decoy. The most important thing was not to die easily. How many star beads did it take to create this star technique? How much would it be converted into yuan? Don't die. Diamond decoy. You're not losing your life, you're losing money. However, as long as you don't die, the one-time investment can be used for a long time. From that perspective, it's not too bad. Second last suddenly said, when we get home, buy some star demon star beads from the firm. Jiang Shao was slightly stunned and asked, huh? Why? Little Jiang Shue went to fight. Second last said calmly, she might overestimate your strength. Maybe she won't have enough star beads to use. Jiang Shao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Second last. Your sword is so fast. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 632. Oh, let's go, I'm not playing anymore. In the shadow of Calamity Ruins, a black crow with only one eye was chirping cheerfully. Although the crow was imagining what it said just now, in fact, the sound it made was just rah-rah-rah. The spacious shadow of Calamity Ruins allowed the crow to have fun. Next, the one-eyed crow caught up with the 2 swaying bells that were floating in the air and pecked at the small bell on the head of one of the swaying bells with its sharp beak. The 2 swaying bells were placed there by Han Jiangshu. They had been playing in the air 8 meters above the ground and had witnessed everything that happened below. However, they were not interested in it. This time, they would not be able to escape Jiang Zhao's claws no matter how high they floated. Squeak, the 2 ringing bells were playing happily, but one of them was taken away. The little guy that was taken away couldn't help but widen its small black eyes, and let out a panicked cry from its little mouth. Its companion beside it hurriedly floated over, but how could its speed compare to that of the crow? The one-eyed crow held the swaying bell in its mouth, and performed all sorts of difficult stunts in the air. The difficulty level was as high as 3.9. It bent its knees and flipped backward for more than 2.5 weeks. The swaying bell's eyes were almost in the shape of a vortex, and it was so dizzy that it couldn't float anymore. The one-eyed crow finally let go of it. In fact, the crow was extremely dizzy too. It flapped its wings and descended, after which it transformed into a human form and landed steadily on the ground. Jiang Shao covered his head with both hands and plopped onto the ground while enduring the dizziness. He also felt that this world was magical. I can actually fly now? Can you believe it? That's an interesting phenomenon. Jiang Shao could even teleport, but flying gave him a greater sense of inspiration. Outside the shadow of Calamity Ruins, the car slowly drove into Jiangbin City. Second last sensed the changes in Jiang Zhao's expression and asked, "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao sighed and said, "There are really too many magical star techniques in this world. I just turned into a shadow crow and flew around the shadow of Calamity Ruins twice." Second last asked, "How does it feel?" Jiang Shao continued to click his tongue in wonder. "It's a wonderful feeling. I finally know what it feels like to fly. Hey, by the way, I have an idea." Second last asked, "What?" Jiang Shao said, "As long as my decoy star technique is full, I'll summon another decoy and reset the star map. In that case, I'll be able to experience all the star techniques in the world." Second last was speechless. Jiang Zhao's mindset had completely changed. Money? Star beads? These were all worldly possessions. No matter how rich or powerful you are, Can you afford this experience? On August 25, Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan returned with a bag full of star beads. When the two of them returned, the decoy Jiang Shao and Second Last were fighting passionately in the Scourge ruins. Without a doubt, due to the star technique's swiftness and perception, the decoy Jiang Zhao's reaction was faster and his movements were more agile. He also had a sharper sense of combat. Even though there was some darkness in the shadow ruins, it wasn't a problem for Jiang Shao as bait. Jiang Shao was supervising at the side. Although Second Last would show mercy, Jiang Shao had already saved the decoy Jiang Shao several times. Fortunately, the decoy Jiang Shao would not dissipate immediately after his death. Instead, it would remain for a long time. Besides, the decoy Jiang Shao was really a person. Under Second Last's deliberate restraint, he did not die on the spot. Every time he was injured, Jiang Shao would heal himself in time. Second Last was clearly someone who couldn't stop. After the sparring session, she began to ask Jiang Shao for advice on swordsmanship. Jiang Shao left the decoy and Second Last to train with the giant sword while he returned home, only to see Han Jiangxue watching television in the living room. There was an entertainment program playing on the television, but Han Jiangxue's mind was clearly elsewhere. Her eyes were hollow and she was clearly daydreaming. "You're back?" Jiang Shao asked in surprise. "Huh!" Han Jiangxue was slightly stunned too. She initially thought that Jiang Shao hadn't returned. After all, it was more dangerous in the level 3 world and the ghost tiger was a gold-quality creature whose star beads were of gold quality. Hence, it would be more difficult for it to absorb star technique. However, she didn't expect Jiang Shao and Second Last to return first. Before Jiang Shao could say anything, Han Jiangxue frantically asked with concern, "How's the absorption of the star techniques?" Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "Perfect. Everything is going according to our expectations. The decoy now has a total of 7 star techniques, namely brass quality green glow, brass quality endurance, silver quality swiftness, silver quality perception, silver quality explosive arrow, silver quality illusionary crow, and gold quality shadow crow." Han Jiangxue's eyes lit up and she asked, "Are we just short of 2 star techniques?" Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, when I go to the upper dimension and replace brass quality green glow and brass quality endurance with gold quality, this decoy will graduate. The world is huge, we can go anywhere." A smile appeared on Han Jiangxue's cold face and she said, "Okay." While speaking, Han Jiangxue got up and walked towards the bedroom. "Xia Yan and I killed some star beads of the star demons. By the way, what's the probability of you absorbing silver quality and gold quality star techniques?" Jiang Shao looked embarrassed and said, "Don't ask, just ask." "The results are perfect." Hee hee. Han Jiangxue chuckled and did not probe further. She walked from the bedroom to the living room with a backpack in her hand and placed it on the coffee table. She said, 24 star demon star beads and 11 star ghost star beads. I also killed some star spirit star beads, but I replaced them with star demon star beads." Jiang Shao asked, "Replaced?" "Star spirits are of the gold quality, while star demons are of the silver quality. The quality of the star beads is different." "How did you do it?" Han Jiangxue said casually, "I did it with the star warriors who are also training in the star cave. You don't have to care too much." Jiang Shao wanted to say something but was interrupted by Han Jiangxue. "Go and let the decoy absorb it. School starts on the 1st and we have to go back in 2 days." Jiang Shao was touched. It was clearly a rare holiday, but Han Jiangxue had killed in the snowfield for 7 days without rest, and then went to the star cave to kill for more than half a month. Because of him, Jiang Shao picked up his school bag and activated the Scourge ruins parallel to the ceiling. He then leaped into it and disappeared. In the shadow ruins, Second Last was still holding on to her sword while the decoy Jiang Shao was correcting her movements. The decoy Jiang Shao was none other than Jiang Shao himself. Hence, he did not react at all. Second last was extremely serious about training. Although she had discovered Jiang Zhao's arrival, she still maintained her posture and did not move. Jiang Zhao casually took out a star bead and a message appeared in his internal star map. Star Demon Star Bead, Silver Quality, Star Technique. 1. White Star Fall. Summon a bright star that falls from the sky and infuses it into the target's body to heal the target's body. Silver Quality, Upgradable. 2. Blue Star Fall. Summon a bright star that falls from the sky and infuses it into the target's body to restore the target's star power. Silver Quality, Upgradable. Do you want to absorb it together? Of course not. Jiang Zhao almost slipped his hand. If he were to really absorb it, it would be a huge accident. In the distance, the decoy Jiang Zhao suddenly transformed into a crow that flapped its wings and flew over rapidly. The only eye on the crow's face was glowing with a scarlet light, making it look strange and cool. Whoosh! The one-eyed crow flew towards Jiang Zhao and transformed into its human form. It landed steadily in front of Jiang Zhao and grabbed the Star Demon Star Bead. While selecting the Star Demon Star Bead, Jiang Zhao reached out and handed it to the decoy. Little Jiang Xue was really meticulous. Jiang Zhao did not need to select them at all because she had already sorted them out. The Star Demon, Star Ghoul, and Star Spirit Star Beads were rather easy to categorize because their colors were different. The Star Demon Star Bead was white, the Star Ghoul Star Bead was gray, and the Star Spirit Star Bead was red. Jiang Zhao found more than 10 gray star beads in the interlayer and held them in his hand. Another message appeared in his internal star map. Star Ghoul Star Bead, Gold Quality, Star Technique. 1. Black Star Fall. Summon a bright star that falls from the sky and infuses it into the target's body to attack the target. Silver Quality, Upgradable. 2. Gray Star Fall. Summon a bright star that falls from the sky and infuses it into the target's body. The target will be unable to move freely for a certain period of time. Gold Quality, Upgradable. Do you want to absorb them together? Obviously, Gray Star Fall was a rare auxiliary star technique that was relatively difficult to absorb. Besides, there was a special attribute to the star techniques of the star beads. Although there were differences in the colors of the star techniques, when the user summoned the stars, they would all glow the same. They would be bright and cold stars that emitted bluish-white rays of light. The real difference in the names was that under the light, the core of the stars would have different colors. However, people would not be able to tell the difference from their appearance. That also caused the star techniques of the Star Fall series to be somewhat confusing. When a person used the star technique of the Star Fall series, it would be difficult to determine what star technique they were using, whether they were recovering health or mana. They might even be attacking their teammates, While Jiang Zhao was looking at the star technique information, the decoy in front of him had already sent him some good news. He managed to absorb the white star fall with just 5 Star Demon Star Beads. Jiang Zhao was slightly stunned. He had to use 5 star beads to absorb brass quality green glow. Yet, he managed to absorb the silver quality white star fall with just 5 star beads? Because Jiang Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly and thought, is it because the Big Dipper star map is very compatible with the medical auxiliary star technique? Wow, that's impressive. 3 minutes later, as the other 6 Star Demon Star Beads shattered, the blue star fall was also embedded in the decoy Jiang Zhao's Big Dipper star map. Is the Big Dipper star map really that compatible with the auxiliary star technique? Jiang Zhao had no time to doubt it because the truth was right there. What was the situation like when Jiang Zhao absorbed the star techniques previously? Did he need more than 10 star beads to successfully absorb the star techniques? That was a piece of cake. It was common for him to absorb more than 20 star beads or even close to 40 star beads. The decoy Jiang Zhao was so excited that he transformed into a crow again and flew towards Second Last. Second Last got into an attacking stance and held the sword horizontally by her waist without moving at all. The pitch-black crow landed on the giant sword, which did not move at all despite Second Last's power. The one-eyed crow stretched out its little legs and jumped on the giant sword. The one-eyed crow hopped along the long blade of the giant sword to Second Last's wrist and continued to climb up to her shoulder. It then faced her ear and opened its sharp beak to yell. Cat. Second Last was speechless. The words, "I succeeded," turned into an annoying cat-cat sound. However, Second Last was suffering because she remained motionless while holding the sword and tolerated the noisy crow. However, the decoy Jiang Shao couldn't be bothered about that. He was overjoyed because he had finally succeeded. The one-eyed crow spread its black wings and chirped loudly, "Cat, cat." All of a sudden, Second Last moved her hand that was holding the sword. Her movements were extremely subtle, and she only moved a little. The crow on her shoulder that had spread its wings and cawed shut its mouth in an instant. The enemy advances, I retreat, the enemy gets tired, I get skinned, hee. It's terrible. The decoy Jiang Shao flew down from her shoulder and transformed into a human form. He stood in front of Second Last and opened the Big Dipper star map at the same time. Gold, silver, and bronze shone brightly and 9 stars shone in his 9 star slots. The decoy Jiang Shao had completed what he hadn't done yet. The decoy Jiang Shao gestured to the 9 stars on his body and said, "Now, my star slots are full. Teach me how to turn the stars into weapons." Second Last's body remained motionless, but she glanced at Jiang Shao coldly. "Galaxy noob, how dare you dream of turning the stars into weapons?" The decoy Jiang Shao and his acumen? Sensing Second Last's disdain, he immediately felt displeased. The decoy Jiang Shao transformed into a crow again and landed on Second Last's shoulder. He then spoke into her ear and said, "Cat." Second Last's body trembled slightly, and she suddenly had an urge to smack it to death. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 633. Decoy Jiang Zhao's 9 star slots were finally lit up, and it was almost time for school to reopen. Hence, this time, Second Last did not accompany Jiang Shao to the snowfield. After hearing that Jiang Shao was going to the snowfield to send bait into the upper dimension, Second Last bade farewell and left that night. Before leaving, Second Last specially reminded Jiang Shao that she might summon him when he went to school to conduct an interview with the members of the light-chasing team. Jiang Shao had already given Ho Mingming's contact information to Second Last on the way to Damring Province. It seemed that they had already gotten in touch, and Ho Mingming indeed wanted to join the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest. To Ho Mingming, it was considered a connection. Very few people could be like Jiang Shao, who was directly recruited as a light chaser without going through the Guardians of the Night test. Of course, it was undeniable that Ho Mingming's halo was also the main reason. Otherwise, there would be no chance for him if he wasn't strong enough. Han Jiangshu wanted to accompany Jiang Shao to the snowfield, but Jiang Shao rejected her. He also promised her that he would return quickly. That was indeed what Jiang Shao did. On the 26th of August, Jiang Shao entered the snowfield of Jian Nan village alone and stayed in the holy ground for 2 days. On the 28th of August, Jiang Shao bade farewell to the local guardians of the night and set off for his hometown. Decoy Jiang Shao had also been sent into the upper dimension by Jiang Shao to start a new journey. In fact, at this moment, Decoy Jiang Shao was standing on the cliff and staring at the afterglow of the setting sun in the distance in a daze. Ha! Decoy Jiang Shao took a deep breath and the cold air filled his lungs, which made him much more clear-headed. Although Decoy Jiang Zhao's essence was star power, he was still a human with flesh and blood in his current state, and his body structure was no different from that of a normal human. Okay, he had no face. To be precise, his face was a circular mask. Apart from turning his face into a circular mask, the clothes that Decoy Jiang Shao was wearing were real. When Jiang Shao used the decoy, he was wearing the uniform of the Guardians of the Night. Hence, the decoy that he summoned naturally transformed into the uniform of the Guardians of the Night. In the shadow of Calamity Ruins, the decoy Jiang Shao had already put on the real uniform of the Guardians of the Night, and the clothes on his body had also dissipated. Note that the clothes here were not like the hoop mask, which was specially transformed from the skin of Jiang Zhao's face. His clothes were not transformed from his skin, but something that came with him when he was summoned. They were pieced together by star power and covered Jiang Zhao's body. Hence, they could be replaced. Jiang Shao really didn't want to run naked in this snowy land. Well, although the star power clothing could cover and protect against the cold to a certain extent, real clothes were still more comfortable. Jiang Shao, who had the star technique of perception, was full of confidence when he came to this world again. The snowfield in the upper dimension was different from the snowfield in the lower dimension. It was not a night sky, and there were no aurora flashing in the sky. It was dusk here, and the sun had already set. However, the afterglow was still there, and one could still see patches of fiery clouds on the horizon. The orange-red light shone on the snow-covered world, making it look even more beautiful and tranquil. In the end, the silence was broken by the gurgling sound. The decoy Jiang Shao held the giant sword in one hand and was about to embark on his journey when he heard the unique sound of the white ghouls. The white ghouls were natural hunters, and some of their characteristics were not reflected in their star techniques, such as their ability to find prey. The white ghoul had already tried its best to approach its prey carefully. It had an extremely large body, so it tried its best to lighten its pace. However, there were some things that it could not control, such as the strange guttural sounds it would make inadvertently. The decoy Jiang Shao turned around and saw a white ghoul hiding behind a tree. Its snow-white fur blended perfectly with the snowfield, but Jiang Shao still managed to spot its feet that were exposed outside the tree. The decoy Jiang Shao carried the giant sword behind his back and waved his hand, after which a fiery red star power bow was assembled and a burning arrow was formed. Gold quality green glow? Gold quality endurance? I'll start with you. Shoo! The decoy Jiang Shao whistled in the direction of the tree. Roar! The white ghoul peeked its head out slightly and its entire body was snow-white. Only its ghostly face was pitch black and abrupt. Coupled with its scarlet eyes, the scene was extremely horrifying. Roar! When it was discovered, the white ghoul stopped hiding and roared furiously. The decoy Jiang Shao smirked. Well, since the circular mask was the skin of the face, the curve of the circular lines changed when Jiang Shao grinned. It was rather strange. Come on. I'm no longer the same person I was back then. I'm going to take revenge for how you guys bullied me in the past. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, in a world covered in silver, a terrifying creature with a pitch-black ghostly face rushed towards a creature with a strange circular face. At the next moment, Jiang Shao realized the problem. It's a creature from the upper dimension. It's a gold-quality white ghoul after all. Not only did they grow to about 3 meters in size, but their agility and speed had also been greatly enhanced. What was more terrifying was that it was the white ghoul's home ground. Of course, the entire snowfield was the white ghoul's home ground, but the home ground that Jiang Shao specifically emphasized was the forest. The white ghouls were ape-type creatures that walked upright. In the snow forest, their combat power would be greatly enhanced. The white ghoul's body flashed, and before Jiang Shao could shoot the arrow, it had already leaped to the back of another tree. It grabbed the trunk of the tree with its huge palm and swayed its body gently before landing behind the next tree. A huge, snow-white figure shuttled through the snow forest. Jiang Shao, who was holding the bow and arrow, suddenly felt like he had nowhere to attack. The white ghouls looked for cover while approaching their prey quickly. The decoy Jiang Shao was already standing on the cliff and had nowhere to retreat to. No, there's a place to retreat. The sensitive decoy Jiang Shao quickly collected the surrounding information. In fact, there were relatively few huge trees near the cliff. Jiang Shao stuck to the edge of the cliff and quickly retreated. There was a good battle spot 30 meters away. It was relatively empty and there were no giant trees within 20 meters of him. Keep in mind that the white ghouls are purely melee creatures. They don't have any long-range attacks. Damn it! What's this? The decoy Jiang Zhao's pupils constricted slightly, but he saw the white ghoul using its broad shoulders to smash a giant tree. Even though the white ghoul was huge, it only managed to create a hole in the giant tree. However, the white ghoul was not discouraged. Instead, it quickly circled around the giant tree and tore it apart with its sharp claws. At the next moment, the towering giant tree was lifted up by the white ghoul. Opportunity! The heavy tree slowed down the white ghoul's movements, giving Jiang Zhao a chance to take advantage of it. Whoosh! The fire arrow flew past quickly. The white ghoul suddenly hugged the giant tree in front of its body and blocked the burning fire arrow. Rumble! There were sounds of explosions and flames. Jiang Zhao's face stiffened, only to see that the giant tree had actually been pushed over by the white ghoul. The white ghoul was not only using its strength, but its huge claws were also imbued with gold-quality green glow. Did the gold-quality white ghouls of the upper dimension already know how to make use of the terrain and even use local materials and tools? Due to the length of the giant tree, the flying giant tree was in a rotating posture. Along the way, it was blocked by the sparse trees on the cliff and shattered. Although the angle had changed, it was enough to affect the decoy Jiang Zhao. Because the cunning white ghoul was hiding behind the rotating giant tree and hiding in the snowstorm. It was rushing towards him. At this moment, there was only one thought in Jiang Zhao's mind. Am I going to be tricked? Would Jiang Zhao be happy about it? However, Jiang Zhao no longer retreated. Instead, he tilted his body and jumped off the cliff that was hundreds of meters high. Not only that, but he even turned around in midair and faced the white ghoul. He even used the taunt technique that he had secretly learned during the World Cup. The decoy Jiang Zhao's thumb was pressed against the tip of the circular face's nose while the other 4 fingers were swaying casually. A muffled voice sounded from the strange circular face. Hiss, 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 roar! The Lord White Ghoul seemed to be displeased. Driven by anger and the desire to kill, it roared and leaped. Its sharp claws glistened under the afterglow of the setting sun, and its huge body was like a cannonball that blasted towards the decoy Jiang Zhao. Puff, puff, puff! The decoy Jiang Zhao, who was flying backward in the air, suddenly transformed into a crow that appeared and flapped its wings. Roar! 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 The white ghoul's giant claws missed. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, but there was nowhere for it to borrow strength in the air. Hence, it could only roar and wave its limbs in a frenzy to vent its anger. Hee, I can fly. The crow flew rapidly in the air, but it flew below the white ghoul and once again pieced together its human form. At the moment that the decoy Jiang Zhao appeared, the exploding arrow in his hand was already ready. His qualifications might be a little inferior, and the hardware facilities might not be top-notch, but in terms of software facilities and combat intelligence, Jiang Zhao had never been convinced by anyone. Rumble! The exploding arrow directly hit the giant claws of the white ghoul that were blocking in front of it. With a loud roar, the white ghoul was blasted diagonally upwards. Puff, puff, puff! The decoy Jiang Zhao once again transformed into a crow, flapped its wings, and chased after it. Is it the face-to-face kiting segment again? Squawk, squawk! The one-eyed crow cawed several times, and bright stars descended from the sky and poured into its body to restore its star power. The pitch-black crow spread its wings and adjusted its angle and position before transforming into a human form again. The fiery red bow and arrow appeared in its hand again. After the exploding arrow, the white ghoul that was flying diagonally upwards finally became a white ghoul that was flying vertically upwards. At the same time, countless white ghouls and white ghoul witches in the snow forest within a radius of hundreds of miles looked up. They saw a pitiful white ghoul being continuously blasted into the sky. Below the white ghoul, a crow was circling, occasionally transforming into a human form and shooting arrows. Then, the snowfield started to go berserk. The ground was trembling, the snow on the trees rustled, and the giant trees in the snow forest swayed back and forth. Countless hunters rushed over from all directions, as if there was going to be a grand feast. Squawk, squawk, the one-eyed crow circled in the air, and its caw pierced through the sky, as if it was sending the most sincere invitation to the snowfield. Come on. I dare to be so wild when I'm alone. What are you guys afraid of when you're all in groups and gangs? Life is short. Friends. Get impatient. Chapter 634. Decoy Jiang Shao planned to learn golden green glow and gold quality endurance here. Hence, the white ghouls here had gold quality endurance star technique. Jiang Shao was very familiar with the gold quality endurance star technique. Although it was still not invulnerable, it had already increased its resistance to everything to a certain extent. Do you want to blow up the white ghouls with silver quality explosive arrows? Of course, that could happen, but Jiang Shao had to be given enough time. Hence, Jiang Shao was using the hidden attribute of explosive arrows. Explode. Roar. Hiss. Roar. The huge white ghoul bared its fangs and brandished its claws while roaring maniacally. However, it was shot into the sky by the explosive arrows. At some point in time, the arrows no longer attacked from below. Instead, they found various angles and began to bombard its head. After 7 consecutive arrows passed through the layers of fire and thick fog, a sharp giant blade had opened its fangs at some point in time. Decoy Jiang Zhao's own power attribute was also above the standard line of the galaxy stage. Screech. The giant blade spun rapidly and flew upwards, facing the white ghoul that had been blown up. The sharp tip of the blade accurately pierced into the dark face of the white ghoul. However, compared to this great technique, what Jiang Shao found even more amazing was that when he turned into a crow with the giant blade on his back, the clothes on his body, and the military boots on his feet all turned into a part of the black crow's body. This star technique is rather powerful, isn't it? Decoy Jiang Shao had already learned about the characteristics of the shadow crow in the Scourge ruins. Long ago, when he was in Conkind, Jiang Shao also discovered that the light chaser, Shadow Crow, was very adept at using this star technique. Although the light chaser Shadow Crow was equipped with a Tang sword, it would not lose the Tang sword and the equipment on its body every time it switched between human and crow forms. Instead, it would transform into a one-eyed crow along with the star technique. The crow flew onto the white ghoul's body and transformed into a human again. Jiang Shao held the giant sword in one hand and stepped on the white ghoul's chest with the other. He then pulled the giant sword out abruptly, causing blood to splatter all of a sudden. Roar! Jiang Shao looked down in the direction of the roar, only to see a small team led by a white ghoul which rushing towards them from the east. Unsurprisingly, hunters from all directions were chasing after them. However, the small group from the east was faster. Decoy Jiang Shao quickly approached the falling white ghoul and placed the giant sword behind him. He then pulled out the dagger from the side of his thigh and quickly cut open its skull. A blood-stained gold-quality star bead was finally obtained. Without hesitation, Jiang Shao absorbed the bait. Astral power floated around him and integrated into his body. It was a pity that neither green glow nor endurance had been replaced with gold quality. The road is long, I will go up and down, left and right flying back and forth. Jiang Shao, the bait, once again transformed into a crow. Although most of the white ghouls were looking up at the sky and paying attention to the white ghouls that had their heads torn off, the food that they longed for, however, the team that had rushed over from the north had already revealed themselves. They were also led by the white ghoul which, the one-eyed crow circled in the sky. Caw! The white ghoul whose head was cut open fell heavily to the ground, stirring up the snow. A few white ghouls who were guarding below quickly pounced forward. If there was only one team, the white ghouls might have been paying attention to the crow in addition to the food that fell from the sky. However, when they sensed that another team was rushing over, their focus changed. Roar! The white ghoul witch roared at the new team and tried to use racial suppression to control the white ghouls of the enemy team. The white ghoul witch of the opposing team was displeased and immediately roared, "Little brother, you're trying to poach us in front of me? Are you courting death?" As for the pitch-black crow in the sky, it used its lone eye to watch as the two teams engaged in close combat. Chaotic battle? Activate. The two white ghoul witches were equally ferocious and were both the kings of the snowfield. They did not have any inclination to cooperate. With prey as a trigger, the extremely bloodthirsty two groups finally fought. Caw-caw, the one-eyed crow hovered in the air and observed the hunters who were rushing over from all directions. Tsk. What a good show. Although it was an upper dimension, the white ghoul witch didn't seem to be very smart. Why didn't it use its blessing on the enemy? Jiang Shao really felt sorry for the white ghoul witch. Why did you have to bless your teammates with this gold-quality blessing? Are the thick-skinned white ghouls lacking in vitality? They obviously lack the opportunity to tear the enemy apart. Every time the white ghoul witches of both teams blessed their teammates, they would make their own white ghouls fall into a short period of confusion. Do they really think that blessing is a star technique that can restore vitality? The white ghoul witch might be stupid, but the two of them aren't. They know how to heal the white ghouls who have retreated from the front line. But aren't they stupid? Why do you have to heal your teammates? Go heal the opposing players. Wouldn't the front line be torn apart in an instant? Roar! 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 SSS. More and more hunters joined this grand gathering. Below the cliff, roars shook the heavens. Large groups of people gathered, and it was a mess. They killed until the sky was dark and the earth was dark. Jiang Shao knew that his chance had come. Let's go! One of the white ghouls had just conquered its opponent. It was cutting open the corpse's stomach and gorging on it. Another white ghoul charged over, and the two huge creatures rolled in the snow. At this moment, the one-eyed crow fluttered its wings and flew down. It stretched out its tiny legs and hopped on the white ghoul's corpse before arriving in front of its smashed head. The one-eyed crow tilted its head and observed for a while. Its long, sharp beak found the right spot and its tiny head plunged into the broken skull. After searching for a while, it took out a gold-quality star bead that was stained with blood. Afterwards, the one-eyed crow flapped its wings and flew high into the sky. It stopped on a protruding rock in the middle of the cliff, and the blood-stained star bead on its sharp beak shattered, turning into starlight that fused into the body of the black shadow crow. However, the outcome was still not ideal. The one-eyed crow shook the blood off its small head and tilted its head to look at the chaotic large body below. It found an opportunity and flew over again. A huge white ghoul was riding on the corpse of a white ghoul. Its sharp claws tore open the head of its prey, and it held the food with both hands. Just as it was about to put it into its mouth, a crow flew past quickly. The white ghoul subconsciously waved its hands in an attempt to swat the annoying creature in front of it away. It was just like swatting a fly. The fly had indeed left, but the problem was that the fly had left with the star bead in its mouth. However, the white ghoul really couldn't resist the desire for fresh blood and tender meat. In fact, it couldn't even care less about the star bead. After waving the crow away, it didn't care much at all and bit the food in its hand. On the other hand, the one-eyed crow was targeted by another white ghoul. In this chaotic war, anything could happen. After snatching a star bead, the one-eyed crow immediately circled around and tried to leave the battlefield. However, a white ghoul seemed to have sprung up from the ground and grabbed the one-eyed crow with its giant claws. Decoy Jiang Zhao's star technique, perception, was not just for show. In the chaotic battlefield, he could collect more information in a shorter period of time and give feedback to the information that was gathered around him immediately. Hence, the one-eyed crow's reaction was, it retracted its pitch-black wings and absorbed the gold-quality star bead while its body froze strangely in midair, seemingly about to descend. The white ghoul that took off initially relied on its hunter's instincts and roughly calculated the height of the crow before jumping. The one-eyed crow suddenly stopped flying, and the white ghoul that rushed over immediately leaped over its head. It didn't matter if it leaped over, but judging from the landing point, it should be the disaster area of the battle. There were 4 or 5 huge white ghouls fighting over there, and the scene was extremely chaotic. The one-eyed crow suddenly spread its wings again and flew behind the white ghouls that could not gain any support while calling out to them. The white ghouls were infuriated and bared their fangs and claws, but there was nothing they could do. How infuriating in the end, the white ghouls still managed to get into the chaotic battle and even caused 2 white ghouls to be dumbfounded. They were knocked down and the surrounding white ghouls swarmed forward, forming a small hill effect. Caw-caw, at the same time, a crow flew over their heads in a high-profile manner. The ferocious white ghouls were engaged in a fierce battle, and the identities of the hunter and the prey were constantly changing. The pitch-black crow thief was standing in the middle of the cliff with its head tilted, flying out from time to steal a star bead. The earth-shattering roars made the battlefield expand infinitely, and there were new hunters joining the battle all the time. That made the one-eyed crow extremely happy. It stood on the stone with its tiny feet and couldn't help but spread its wings, raise its head and say, "Moo." 20 minutes later, the pitch-black crow hopped in the snow and stepped on a white ghoul that was lying on the ground. Although most of the dead white ghouls were immediately beheaded, there were always opportunities to take advantage of in such a chaotic battlefield. Opportunities were always given to the prepared thief. The one-eyed crow tilted its head and pecked at the back of the white ghoul's head. After a few tries, it finally took out a gold-quality star bead. As the star power surged, it fused into the pitch-black wings. The one-eyed crow's body stiffened slightly. It had already taken advantage of the chaos to absorb many star beads. This one gold-quality green glow? I've finally succeeded. It's perfect. The crow quickly left the battlefield and continued to stand on the stone in the middle of the cliff, looking for an opportunity. Everything was perfect, but it was a pity that such an earth-shattering body did not attract anyone. The snowfield of the upper dimension was indeed too big, it was difficult to find anyone. Roar? What's that? A torn white ghoul witch? But there are so many white ghouls in the battle. Should I steal something? The one-eyed crow combed its blood-stained feathers with its sharp beak and hopped on the spot. After hesitating for a while, it decided not to fly out. Forget it, the target is still the white ghouls. I'll exchange the gold-quality endurance first. While thinking about it, the one-eyed crow flew out again and saw the corpse of a white ghoul that had been blasted out of the battlefield. It also saw the hunter that was chasing after it. The one-eyed crow flapped its wings and landed in the snow. It then hopped forward quietly and came to the side of the white ghoul. Lulu! Lulu! The white ghoul's table manners were terrible. It rode on its prey and stuffed the food into its mouth with one hand while opening the head of the prey with the other. Even when the one-eyed crow leaped onto its shoulder, it did not react much. All it had in its eyes was food, and it did not care about the annoying little guy beside it at all. Indeed, that was the characteristic of such creatures. They could not control the desires in their hearts at all. That was not an individual's performance, but the entire white ghoul population. That also made the one-eyed crow bolder, and it jumped to the side of the white ghoul's head. At the moment when the white ghoul was tearing the head of the prey under it, the crow that was hopping on its shoulder suddenly had a green glow flowing on its long, sharp beak. Peck the sharp beak that was covered in green glow pecked gently on the white ghoul's furry head. Bang! The white ghoul was happily eating when its body tilted and it was sent flying. Its huge body was like a cannonball that rolled and spun in the snow before being blasted 8 meters away. The crow landed and quickly searched through the torn head before flying away with a star bead in its beak. Wow, the gold-quality endurance is coming too. Loo! In the snow, the white ghoul that had rolled 8 meters away caused a gust of wind and snow. It struggled to get up, shook its head, and rubbed its head with its huge claws, looking dumbfounded. What happened? Chapter 635. Just as Jiang Shao was stealing shamelessly in the snowfield and pecking at the white ghouls, Jiang Shao had already rushed back to the capital with Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan. Under the notice of Vice Principal Yang Chunsan, Jiang Shao was going to be the representative of the outstanding students of the Capital Star Warrior Academy and give a speech to the juniors at the opening ceremony. That was usually done by the Year 4 seniors. However, Jiang Shao was the world champion and he was now the living signboard of the Capital Star Warrior Academy. Naturally, the important task fell on Jiang Zhao's shoulders. However, before giving a speech, Jiang Shao still had to pass the final exam for Year 1. However, regardless of whether Jiang Shao passed or failed, he had to give a speech at the opening ceremony. He would either give a speech as a senior, or he would repeat the year and speak as a representative of the freshmen. He had no way out. Jiang Shao was just a little bewildered. If he was really held back, he would be considered a freshman, but he would no longer be a freshman. In the last few days before the exam, Jiang Shao also began to crazily study. Fortunately, Han Jiangxue was around. Their revision was planned by her and everything was done in an orderly manner. Even though Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue were still studying on the plane from Jiangbin City to the capital, the photo had already spread on the internet and caused all sorts of comments. Some people felt that the two of them were putting on a show. However, the two of them had just won glory for the country, after all. Hence, there were not too many criticisms and doubt. Most people were mocking the strict learning assessment system of the Capital Star Warrior Academy. Time is running out. The world champion might have to stay back. Capital Star Warriors has a good plan. Let our God Pi stay in school and win the world championship every time. You can only participate in the World Cup twice at most. Even if you stay back until you're 80, you'll only be able to participate twice. Do you see that, kids? No matter how tough your fists are, you can't be sloppy when it comes to learning. The rigorous learning assessment system has created the glory of the Capital Star Warrior Academy. Everyone, welcome to Shanghai Star Warrior Academy. Look, he looks so peaceful when he's sleeping on the history of the Chinese legal system. Little brother, you don't understand this. The brain is empty. When you sleep with a book as your pillow, a large amount of knowledge in the book will naturally flow into your empty brain. This is very simple junior high physics. God was his witness. Jiang Shao had only just finished reciting a large paragraph. He closed his eyes and rested his forehead on the book, recalling the knowledge he had just memorized. Who would have thought that this photo would be even more widely circulated than the photo of him studying seriously after getting off the plane? Jiang Shao also discovered the photos that were going viral on the internet. It couldn't be helped. As the world champion, Jiang Shao disappeared after participating in official activities for a few days after returning to China. He disappeared for almost a month and there was no news about him at all. In fact, he didn't even have a Weibo account. Hence, everyone was frustrated. Countless people were paying attention to the holiday life of this legendary Chinese support, but there was no breakthrough. This photo was considered a breakthrough and the comments below Jiang Zhao's Weibo began flooding in again. Jiang Zhao's last Weibo post was of him winning the championship and standing on the podium with the gold cup in his hand. He was also taking a photo with the contestants and the Chinese coaches. Amidst the golden confetti, there were familiar and joyful smiling faces. That memory would accompany Jiang Shao for the rest of his life. Initially, the comments below this Weibo post were all good wishes, congratulations, and so on. However, they were all disrupted by the news of him sleeping with a book as his pillow. Jiang Shao thought about it and removed the photo of him sleeping with a book from the internet. He then began to edit the text. Send it, go Jiang Xiaopi mischievous or not, just posted from Huawei P10 Plus dreaming of Year 3, full sprint. Fist, friends in Year 3, How are you doing? I'll be waiting for you in Year 3. Picture. Han Jiangshu and Xia Yan were seated at the back when their cell phones rang almost at the same time. Han Jiangshu looked at the comments below with a peculiar expression. Mighty God Pi. Heavy punch. Fist, wow. The toxic healer posted on Weibo. Has he been forced to post it? Haha. Are you silly? Who asked you to be so unrestrained? You've been playing for a month, haven't you? Xiaopi fail. I managed to get in this year. I want to be your classmate. I'm sleeping, stop fooling around. There's a way out for you, but you refuse to take it. There's no end to learning. Han Jiangshu clicked on the comment and saw a bunch of 666 replies. This silly netizen. When she returned to school again, there were some changes in Han Jiangshu's dormitory. Song Chuanxi had graduated, and as the captain of the team in her senior year, she led the team to the 6th place in the World Cup team competition. Song Chuanxi didn't live in the school anymore. Instead, she moved out. Although she had graduated from the capital Star Warrior University, she didn't officially graduate as a Wasteland Reclaimer apprentice. Hence, she would still participate in the training as a Wasteland Reclaimer apprentice. Xia Yan also finally managed to become Han Jiangshu's roommate. Under Han Jiangshu's request, Xia Yan moved into the room that Song Chuanxi had vacated. Jiang Zhao's dormitory did not change much. The other 3 shield warriors were still there. However, he saw Ren Shu and Han Xian, but he still did not see Gu Shi and reporting in. It's already been a whole summer vacation. Where did this kid go? Did he drop out of school? On the 3rd of September, Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangshu participated in the Year 1 makeup examination of the Capital Star Warriors University. The exams in the Capital Star Warriors University were strict. Indeed, the school definitely wouldn't allow them to copy. There were a few invigilators keeping an eye on them and the gray lotus lamp. Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangshu couldn't do anything about it. The exams weren't strict, but they actually weren't. Why? Because the makeup examination actually gave them the original questions for the Year 1 final exam. There wasn't a single punctuation mark missing, especially after they returned to school. When the 2 of them reported to Vice Principal Yang Chun-san, Vice Principal Yang specially instructed them to use the next few days to look at the Year 1 final exam papers. According to Vice Principal Yang, the final exam papers were very valuable for reference. Indeed, they were really valuable for reference. The accuracy rate of the questions was 100%. After the makeup examination, Jiang Xiao attended the opening ceremony of the Year 1 and gave a proper speech to the juniors on the stage the day before the Year 1 students were about to head to the Black Rock Mountain to experience the pain of Black Rock Mountain. It couldn't be helped. Jiang Xiao had previously participated in the official activities of the Star Association and the Capital Star Warriors organization. Hence, he had already been trained. All the procedures and contents of the speech were standard, which disappointed the Year 1 students. They thought that God Pi would be very mischievous. In the end, it seemed that he didn't perform well. Jiang Xiao reported the Star Pet plan to Vice Principal Yang Chun-san. After getting second last's approval, Jiang Xiao had already set his sights on the bamboo bear. Han Jiangshu did not want a star pet and instead chose a star bead as her World Cup reward. It was a platinum-quality fire star bead, but the auxiliary-type star technique was greater than the offense-type star technique. Not only did it contain an offense-type star technique, but it also contained a purification and soft control star technique. The Level 1 star technique could purify the negative state in the area, the Level 2 star technique could disrupt and burn the enemy's star power, and the Level 3 star technique could ignite the area and burn everything. Although the capital was a fire element paradise, the precious platinum star bead came from another fire element paradise, Dajiang province. They just had to wait for Vice Principal Yang's arrangements. The siblings could finally attend classes with peace of mind, and their lives as students were on the right track. Although Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue had already started classes, the Wasteland Reclaimers instructor had yet to arrive. Don't get me wrong. The Wasteland Reclaimers were still on duty in the capital Star Warriors, but Jiang Zhao's personal instructor, Qin Wangchuan, and his regular teammate, Song Chuanxi, had yet to show up. Xia Yan, Han Jiangxue, and Jiang Xiao were called by the instructor to the Wasteland Reclaimers office on the west side of the administrative building after school in the afternoon to help them on duty. What does that mean? We've just started our second year and we're considered to have graduated from the Wasteland Reclaimers? We're going to be on duty as students? Are they that confident in our abilities? There are many capable people in the capital Star Warriors, yet they want us, 3 second-year students, to be on duty here? The 3 of them were bewildered, but they didn't object. After all, it was the best corps in China, and they didn't want to make things difficult for themselves. On the 10th of September, which was also Teacher's Day, Jiang Xiao finally met Qin Wangchuan and Song Chuanxi. It was 20:30 p.m. and the 3 of them were sitting in the office of the Wasteland Reclaimers, feeling bored. The other instructors were really at ease with the 3 of them. Hence, they took turns to rest and went back to sleep. Jiang Xiao could no longer tell if he was a student or a security guard from the capital Star Warriors. Dong! 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 Xia Yan and Han Jiangxue, who were absorbing star power, as well as Jiang Xiao who was doing his homework, stopped. Before they could open the door, it had already been opened. Qin Wangchuan. Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows and muttered softly, "Let's welcome the National Flag Guard, Qin Wangchuan." Qin Wangchuan strode in with a tall and straight figure and smiled at Jiang Xiao. "Kid, you've grown up." Hee. There was a slender figure behind Qin Wangchuan. Unlike Qin Wangchuan, who was dressed casually, Song Chuanxi was dressed in a desert-colored Wasteland Reclaimer uniform. The armband on her right arm had already revealed everything. She has already become an official member of the Wasteland Reclaimers? Looking at the shocked expressions on their faces, Qin Wangchuan walked towards Jiang Xiao while explaining to everyone, "Some of the Year 4 students in the first batch of Wasteland Reclaimers have already been promoted and sent to the army." To her surprise, Han Jiangxue said, "Congratulations, senior sister Song." She wasn't a talkative person. It seemed that Song Chuanxi and Han Jiangxue got along very well during the World Cup journey. Jiang Xiao looked at Song Chuanxi and asked, "Where were you sent to?" Song Chuanxi stretched her finger out and pointed at her feet. "Here." Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and said, "The Wasteland Reclaimers who are on duty at Star Warriors University? Do we even need to send them? The 3 of us are on duty here every day." At the same time, Qin Wangchuan had already walked to Jiang Zhao's side and placed his hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. "You're really amazing. You won the World Championship." Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said casually, "It can't be helped. I didn't want to lose a single battle and I won as I fought. It's just like how you made me run laps. I just have to persevere." "Actually, you can do it too, Instructor Qin." Qin Wangchuan was speechless. "Ha ha 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 ha." Song Chuanxi couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand to hide her laughter. Qin Wangchuan wanted to say a few words of encouragement, but at this moment, he had completely lost the mood to do so. Jiang Xiao chuckled and said, "Instructor Qin, where have you guys been? It's been 5 or 6 days since school started. I thought you didn't want us anymore. When are we going to be promoted?" Qin Wangchuan looked at Jiang Xiao with a peculiar expression. However, he turned around and leaned against the desk. He then took out a certificate from his pocket and said, "Promoted? It's the hardest for you to become one. Damn Guardians of the Night, they're really fast." Jiang Xiao said, "Huh? Speak properly, don't scold me." Qin Wangchuan was speechless. Qin Wangchuan suddenly realized that the little kid sitting next to him was a regular Guardian of the Night, To Jiang Zhao's surprise, Qin Wangchuan actually took out a Wasteland Reclaimer certificate and placed it in front of Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao was slightly stunned. What does this mean? Am I a soldier of two teams now? Is this legal? Is this for real, Apex? Chapter 636. Qin Wangchuan tossed another document to Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue hurriedly reached out to catch it. When she opened it, her palms trembled slightly. She was very familiar with such documents because her parents used to have such documents. It was a black leather document with a vertical opening. However, there was no need to open it. There was a round logo with a red background and golden edges on the outside of the document. The logo looked like a shield, but it was modified from the word Wasteland, which was the same style as the Knight shield on the Guardians of the Knight's documents. However, the Knight on the Guardians of the Knight's document was silver in color, which symbolized solemnity and mystery. The Wasteland on the Wasteland Reclaimer's document was red with golden edges, which symbolized glory and blood. Han Jiangxue looked up at Qin Wangchuan and asked, "Have I been promoted too?" "Promoted?" Qin Wangchuan thought to himself, "If you don't, I'm afraid you'll be recruited by other troops. Your toxic healer is simply a classic example of a traitor. Who knows, he might even abduct all the Wasteland Reclaimers to join the Guardians of the Night." Regardless of what Qin Wangchuan was thinking, Jiang Zhao had already flipped open his document, only to realize that it was similar to the Guardians of the Night's document. He opened the document and saw a card that looked like an identification card in the interlayer. There was a half-length photo of Jiang Zhao on the top of the card, which was also taken when Jiang Zhao entered the Capital Star Warrior Alliance. He was wearing a clean white shirt and had a bright smile on his face. Below the photo were the words Jiang Xiaopi, and below the name were the words Capital Wasteland Reclaimers. Wow, Capital Wasteland Reclaimers? On the Guardians of the Night's document, there was the Light-Chasing Regiment below the Northwest Guardian of the Night's document. On the Wasteland Reclaimers document, there was the word Volunteer Corps below it. Volunteer Corps? What does that mean? Weren't volunteers supposed to be conscripted soldiers? Wasn't there such a thing as being conscripted soldiers? Jiang Zhao scratched his head and thought, are my parents whom I've never met also part of this so-called Volunteer Corps? This Wasteland Reclaimer Volunteer Corps should be different from ordinary volunteers, right? Maybe it's just the name. Jiang Zhao hurriedly flipped to the back and looked at his detailed information. Once again, Jiang Zhao discovered the difference. The Wasteland Reclaimers did not give him a rank, and the specific position was written as Capital Star Warrior Wasteland Reclaimers, Batch 1. Oh my god, the Imperial Capital Star Warrior University is like a military school. Are you forcing the Capital Star Warrior Alliance to train the Wasteland Reclaimers? It was confirmed. Capital Star Warrior, you are the real working emperor. Countless capable people worked hard to get into the top university in the country, the Capital Star Warrior University. In the end, they found out that they had actually entered the Capital Wasteland Reclamation Military School. Qin Wangchuan was like a drama actor. He pretended to take out another Wasteland Reclamation Army ID. Wow! Xia Yan's eyes immediately widened and her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. However, Qin Wangchuan waved his military officer identification card and said, Han Jiangxue has become an official member and Xiaopi has been included in the Special Volunteer Corps. As for Xia Yan looked at Qin Wangchuan pitifully like an obedient puppy. Huh? Qin Wangchuan's face stiffened because the military officer identification card in his hand had been snatched away by Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao flipped it open to take a look. Indeed, Xia Yan should be the same as Han Jiangxue. They were not a volunteer corps. Although they were also students of the Wasteland Reclaimers in the Capital Star Warriors Wasteland Reclaimers, they were given a rank of second lieutenant. Besides, they were from the Wasteland Reclaimers. Hee hee. Jiang Shao looked at Qin Wangchuan and said, "You didn't get my file, did you? My account has long been destroyed by me. I've been keeping watch over there." Qin Wangchuan snatched the military officer identification card back and couldn't be bothered to talk to Jiang Shao. Tisk, TSK, Second Lieutenant Xia. Jiang Shao looked up at the pitiful Xia Yan. Jiang Zhao's rank was that of a first lieutenant. Most college students would be promoted to a first lieutenant after they graduated. The difference was that Jiang Shao had yet to graduate and was only a freshman. Qin Wangchuan took back his military officer identification card, but he didn't give it to Xia Yan. Instead, he continued, "Han Jiangxue and Xiaopi have proven their abilities and potential in the international competition. You, Xia Yan, still need to go through a promotion assessment." Xia Yan pursed her lips in displeasure. Of course, there was nothing much to say. She reckoned that it was all thanks to her regular teammates that she had the opportunity to become a regular member in her freshman year. Han Jiangxue asked, "What assessment task is it?" Qin Wangchuan looked at Xia Yan and said, "I heard that you lack a summoning weapon star technique to go along with your blade of desperation star technique?" Huh? Xia Yan's eyes widened and she nodded repeatedly. Qin Wangchuan nodded thoughtfully and said, "Let's set the venue of the assessment in the Cave of Desperation." Xia Yan opened her mouth slightly and thought, "How is that an assessment? It's a disguised opportunity for me to enter the Cave of Desperation so that I can gain experience and grow." Qin Wangchuan is such a heartwarming man. Is this the legendary man who's determined to be the king of spare tires? Qin Wangchuan gestured to Song Chuanxi and said, "I've gathered all the members of your wasteland reclamation team. It's been a week since school started. It's time for you to go out and participate in the practical class of wasteland reclamation apprentices." "Okay. When do we set off?" Xia Yan hurriedly agreed. Qin Wangchuan said, "We'll set off at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Tonight, your team will be on duty here and discuss the battle plan. After the wasteland reclaimers come to change shifts tomorrow, the four of you will wait for me at the school gate. By the way, when the team delivers breakfast to you tomorrow, we'll send you your clothes. Remember to dress neatly." Everyone nodded in agreement. Qin Wangchuan nodded in satisfaction and left leisurely. He reckoned that he had gone back to sleep. Xia Yan looked at Han Jiangxue's Wasteland Reclaimer certificate enviously, only to discover that Jiang Shao had placed two certificates on the table and seemed to be comparing them. Xia Yan leaned over curiously and looked at the two black certificate. One of them was a silver shield with the word Knight written on it, while the other was a golden red shield with the word Wasteland written on it. "Well, not bad. The next target is the Victor's Legion," Jiang Shao said while rubbing his chin and muttering to himself. Xia Yan asked, "You're not as pretty as me, but you're dreaming, aren't you?" Jiang Shao looked up at Xia Yan and suddenly chuckled. "Do you still remember the college entrance examination back then?" Xia Yan asked, "Why?" Jiang Shao counted with his fingers and said, "Li Wei, Han Jiangxue and I, the three of us who have been specially recruited, will accompany you to the college entrance examination." Xia Yan blinked and said, Jiang Shao gestured at the house again and said, "Now, Song Chuanxi, Han Jiangxue and I, the three official wasteland reclaimers, will accompany you to the examination." Xia Yan rubbed her chestnut-colored hair and thought, "That does seem to be the case." Jiang Shao sighed softly and said, "You're the real favorite, Second Lieutenant Xia." Xia Yan was speechless. The four of them talked about the recent situation and studied the desperados in the Cave of Death. They discussed the battle plan before taking turns to sleep. Jiang Shao liked the atmosphere in the team very much. Song Chuanxi was a gentle person. As a melee fighter of the Black Flames Legion, her personality was far more cheerful than Xia Yan's, and she clearly distinguished life from combat. Her smile was very infectious and she still had beautiful lipstick on her lip. Whenever she smiled, the entire room seemed to be brighter. Song Chuanxi, who had such a personality, was appointed as the captain of the team by Qin Wangchuan. She also took the initiative to let Han Jiangxue take over as the commander. After all, Han Jiangxue was also the commander of the team during the World Cup. Han Jiangxue and Jiang Shao discussed for a while before agreeing to such a decision. According to Song Chuanxi, the higher-ups had already confirmed her position. At the very least, before Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan graduated, Song Chuanxi would be stationed in the capital Star Warriors Legion. She would also try to take on the role of an instructor and groom the second batch of Wasteland Reclaimers selected by the capital Star Warriors Legion. In fact, Han Jiangxue had already become a permanent member, and so was Xia Yan. It didn't matter if she stayed in school or not. However, the capital Star Warriors Legion would definitely not let Han Jiangxue leave. Most importantly, from a personal point of view, Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan were still too young, and they really needed the 3 years to grow. After 3 years, the team would probably carry out ordinary missions like the other Wasteland Reclaimers. Qin Wangchuan, or rather, the Wasteland Reclaimers, had a good plan. Couldn't they get Jiang Zhao's military record? It didn't matter. They just didn't send anyone to the team and let the 4 of them carry out the mission together. Even if Jiang Zhao was a volunteer corps and belonged to the foreign aid, would he come when the team carried out the mission? Would he come when Han Jiangxue was going to destroy the holy ground in a certain dimensional space? Would he feel at ease even if we explicitly told him that we would send an outstanding assistant to the team to carry out the mission together with the team? The Wasteland Reclaimers were indeed behaving this way because Jiang Zhao was too hard-working. World Cup individual champion. Medical auxiliary star warrior. That's a godlike achievement. On the other hand, the Wasteland Reclaimers were also feeling rather helpless about Jiang Zhao. Ho Mingming. As an excellent output player, her combat style and characteristics were simply tailor-made for the Wasteland Reclaimers. The arrogant Ho Mingming had only been thinking about becoming the champion of the World Cup individual champion during her 4 years in college. She rejected all invitations and made it clear that she wanted to focus on one goal. She would talk about work after the World Cup. In the end, when the World Cup ended and the Wasteland Reclaimers sent a representative to talk to Ho Mingming said, "I'm going to keep vigil." At that time, the 2 Wasteland Reclaimers were dumbfounded. You have such potential and you're such an explosive output player. Why are you going to keep vigil? Heavens! That's obviously where Zhao Wenlong should be. The feud between the Wasteland Reclaimers and Jiang Zhao would probably be entangled for a long time. The next morning, the 4 of them washed up and ate the breakfast sent by the team. They also changed into the custom-made military uniforms. Under normal circumstances, the uniforms of the Wasteland Reclaimers were rather casual and there was no uniform standard, which highlighted their characteristics as the best army in China. The most important thing was the armband. As for the rest, there were no rigid standards as long as they didn't stand out too much and wore military clothes. Do you like to wear scarves? Do you like to wear hats? Do you like to wear Martin boots? It doesn't matter as long as you're comfortable. As long as one could comfortably rush into the dimensional space, destroy the holy ground, and return safely, it would be fine. However, the few sets sent by the team were desert camouflage. As for what they would wear in the future, they could just customize it privately. Then, the mischievous Jiang Zhao specially took a photo and sent it to second last after dressing up neatly. He also added a line of words below, "Don't worry, they can only keep my people here." Top. Chapter 637. A chapter of 4,000 words. Seeking monthly votes. September 11th, 2017. A week after the start of school at Star Warriors University, Qin Wangchuan and instructor Jiang Hong led the team to Pearl City, Zhongyuan Province. It was not Xiangjiang City, which was known as the Pearl of the Orient, but Pearl City, which was located in Yanzhou Province. The name of Pearl City was very interesting. Its full name was Pearl of the Dijin Corridor. The name of the city was enough to show the importance of the city. Although the team had left the province and entered Pearl City, most of the people there spoke in Mandarin. Some of them even had a Beijing accent, which was more standard than the people in the capital. In the East District of Pearl City, there was a cave of death dimensional space that had bloomed. Since ancient times, there had been many heroes in Yanzhou. That was indeed true. It was this extremely dangerous dimensional space that nurtured platinum-ranked creatures. It was opened in the East District of Pearl City at the end of the 80s of the last century. However, the people of Yanzhou did not destroy it. Instead, they forcefully controlled the area. What kind of creature was a fugitive? Was it something that could be stopped by ordinary people? With the Blade of Death, it was definitely a master who roamed the world. Regardless of what others thought, Jiang Shao was convinced. There was no doubt that the local people had put in a lot of effort in order to control the area. Of course, there were also problems left behind by history. The Cave of Death dimensional space was the first cave of death to bloom in the land of China. There was no doubt about its research value and practical use. The higher-ups had given the order to preserve the precious and only Cave of Despair dimensional space. After that, many capable people fought a bloody battle in the dimensional space, preserving the Cave of Despair with their blades and spears. It was proven that the Cave of Death was one of the only 5 caves of death in the land of China. There were very few dimensional spaces like this. Ever since the Cave of Death was controlled, the Yanzhou faction's high-level melee combatants had indeed taken off. The keyword here was advanced. The Pearl Military School was also a famous military school in the country. When a star warrior advanced to a certain level, the local students and soldiers would have the opportunity to enter the Cave of Desperation. However, the fugitives were all platinum quality and the star techniques they possessed were all at least platinum quality. Hence, star warriors had to be outstanding enough in order to be able to enter this place. Thus, it was probably impossible to enter the military academy during the time one was attending university. A very realistic example was that in the National High School League, all the melee fighters from Tianjin and Yanzhou would appear. In the World Cup, the Central Province's melee fighters dominated. In these 2 stages, you wouldn't be able to find Yanzhou Minjian of the fugitive faction. The top of the ancient pagoda in the Central Province and the Shadow Cave in Tianjin nurtured students and star warriors who were at the Nebula stage and the Galaxy stage. Due to the fact that the quality of the star techniques of the fugitives was too high, the rise of melee fighters from Yanzhou would probably take place after the Galaxy stage. Xia Yan was not from Yanzhou, nor was she a teacher or student from the local military school. She was able to enter the Cave of Desperation in the Galaxy stage entirely because of her status as a Wasteland Reclaimer apprentice. Of course, it was also because she was the national champion. Xia Yan's fugitive star bead was the prize she received when she won the National High School League. Besides, with her 28 star slots, she managed to acquire one of the core star techniques, Platinum Blade of Desperation. That was how she got to the next part of the story. Xia Yan was always overshadowed by Han Jiangxue, but she was a living monster with 28 star slots. She could be considered a genius. Being able to acquire the Blade of Desperation was indeed her talent. If it had been someone else who was awarded the fugitive star bead as the champion, there probably wouldn't have been the next part of the story. Xia Yan had even told Jiang Shao that when she absorbed the Haunter star bead, she felt a sense of transparency. That feeling truly appeared in Han Jiangshue's senses when she absorbed Yan Xiaomu and Yan Hua to form 2 star techniques in 1 star bead. What did that mean? Xia Yan's double-handed sword star map was extremely compatible with the star techniques of the fugitive star beads. Even if she didn't acquire 2 star techniques in 1 star slot, she did acquire the Blade of Desperation during the Galaxy stage. That was the truth. Due to the fact that the training this time was dangerous enough, instructor Jiang Hong, who could teleport, was recruited again. He still looked stern, and even though Jiang Shao had already won the World Cup individual competition, instructor Jiang Hong was still indifferent to Jiang Shao. His face looked as if Jiang Shao owed him $100. Under the lead of the two instructors, the team of 4 met with the local Wasteland Reclaimers instructor and boarded a van to head to the Cave of Desperation in Dongqing District. It was a wise decision for them to strive to become apprentices of the Wasteland Reclaimers. Due to the fact that they were the first batch of students from the experimental class of the Wasteland Reclaimers, the resources that the Wasteland Reclaimers gave to them were simply unimaginable. For the sake of Jiang Shao, the Wasteland Reclaimers opened up a path to the Forest of Tears in Egret City, Bamen Province. For the sake of Xia Yan, the Wasteland Reclaimers once again opened up a path to the Cave of Desperation in Yanzhou Province. Of course, the two of them were not the only ones who benefited. Song Chuanxi, who came along with them, also hoped to obtain some fugitive star beads. As a melee fighter, everyone would want to be lucky enough to join the Yanzhou fugitive star beads after advancing to the galaxy stage. Although Song Chuanxi was in the galaxy stage and her star slot had long been filled, she would definitely absorb the fugitive star beads as soon as she advanced to the galaxy stage in the future. The van drove to the easternmost part of Dongqing District, which was considered a half-military and half-civilian area. The military camp, residential area, and commercial area were only separated by a street. The fact that such a dangerous dimensional space was in the military camp, while the people outside were living a normal and stable life, was enough to show how powerful the military was. The van was parked in the parking lot at the entrance of the military camp, and under the guidance of 2 local Wasteland Reclaimers, everyone walked into the camp. After several inspections, they did not head to the dimensional space immediately. Instead, they went to a monument. The monument was engraved with names. On the high-speed rail, Qin Wangchuan had solemnly talked about the issue. The names on the monument were the people who had risked their lives to enter the Cave of Desperation. Most of them were military soldiers, while some were local citizens. Everyone lowered their heads and mourned for 3 minutes before heading to the building where the dimensional space was located. The Cave of Desperation was also the best interpretation of the saying, "What the predecessors planted, the successors reaped." Tens of thousands of such examples were pieced together to form the Huaxia Republic of today. Jiang Shao was certain that Xia Yan would definitely not let everything down. In the future, she would use the Blade of Desperation to make great achievements in the Wasteland Reclaimers. Before entering the dimensional space, Jiang Shao also acutely discovered the dissatisfaction of the local guardians. The reason? It was obviously because the 4 kids were all in the galaxy stage. Due to the fact that they were the World Cup champions and the 6th place in the World Cup team competition, the local guardians were even more reluctant to let them enter the Cave of Desperation. It was really too dangerous there. Even if there were 2 powerful Wasteland Reclaimers guarding them, they wouldn't hesitate to get injured or killed. It was the Cave of Desperation, a place where life and death could happen in seconds. The loss of any one of the 4 young people would really be a loss to the country. It turned out that Jiang Shao and the others had indeed reached that stage with their strength. However, the Wasteland Reclaimers had already communicated with the Guardians. Even if the soldiers wanted to stop them, they could only allow the team of 6 to enter. In the end, they even tried to persuade Qin Wangchuan to find 2 more powerful Wasteland Reclaimers to protect the 4 young people. In fact, the Guardians were wondering why they didn't just obtain star beads for their apprentices to absorb. However, Qin Wangchuan didn't think so. Giving star beads and training were 2 different things. He understood the team and knew how capable they were. Besides, Qin Wangchuan knew that the training this time was not 2 to 4, but 3 to 3. Jiang Shao had already surpassed the standards of his peers. Although Qin Huangquan had never mentioned it to prevent Jiang Shao from being too arrogant, Qin Huangquan and instructor Jiang Hong were well aware of that. People could shamelessly comment that Jiang Zhao's hardware facilities were insufficient, but in terms of software facilities, he was almost an impeccable warrior. In fact, during the previous month's summer break, the wasteland reclaimers of the capital had an urgent mission, and Qin Huangquan strongly supported the recruitment of Jiang Shao. However, at that time, Jiang Shao was cooperating with the National Star Association to carry out official activities. Besides, Jiang Zhao's so-called apprentice status, and the fact that there was no shortage of members in the Wasteland Reclaimers team, hence the proposal was left unsettled. During Jiang Zhao's one-on-one journey in the World Cup, he displayed his skills, star techniques, as well as his calm, rational, and tenacious heart. In particular, the last one had allowed Jiang Shao to break away from his status as an apprentice and a student and transform into a truly outstanding soldier. Qin Huangquan only felt that it was a pity that he was only one step late. He was one step behind, and he was always one step behind. The team of 6 finally entered the Cave of Death. Even though the two armies had reached such a good agreement, it was still so difficult to enter. Hence, the 4 of them definitely cherished the opportunity to train even more. In the huge cavern, people saw the figures of the Guardian army. Due to the special nature of the dimensional space, the Guardians were not too far away from the space gate. Instead, they were stationed at the entrance. The materials used to build the houses should not have been obtained locally but were instead transported from Earth. The houses were made of steel and looked very sturdy. The soldiers were also in groups of 2s and 3s, guarding the space gate together. They stood guard and did not slack off at all. With the help of the torch, Jiang Shao could see everything around him clearly. The rows of torches extended all the way along the walls and led to the unknown depths of the huge tunnel. Although the torches were bright, Jiang Zhao's first impression of the place was that it was dark, damp, and spacious. The Cave of Death was just like its name suggested. Everyone appeared in a cave and could not see the outside. Of course, it was not impossible to get out of there, but there was nothing outside. It was just a desolate wilderness with the scorching sun shining brightly. There were no signs of animals outside, and even plants were scarce. It was a well-known fact that the desperados did not like light. They only existed in dark underground caves. The tunnel was extremely large, and even if the 4 teams were to fight in the tunnel, there would be more than enough space for them to fight. There were signs left behind by the Guardians in the tunnel to guide them back. Instructor Jiang Hong and Qin Huangquan were in an unprecedented state of nervousness and preparation for battle. The creatures here would not inform them in advance, and they would not give them 3 seconds to react. Using the Cave of Death as the location for Xia Yan's assessment was really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The team of 4 looked at each other, and after Jiang Shao nodded, Han Jiangxue said, "Song Chuanxi, lead the way. Remember the route given to us by the Guardians. We'll take a detour underground before returning to the supply point here." At this point, Han Jiangxue looked at Qin Huangquan and asked, "Instructors, do you want to join the team temporarily?" Qin Huangquan shook his head and said, "No, this is your team's training mission." Qin Huangquan trusted the team more. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried so hard to get them to enter the Cave of Death. Without a doubt, the team represented the highest level of combat power in their age group. Qin Huangquan believed that they would be able to survive. Of course, appropriate protection was necessary. Otherwise, Qin Huangquan and Jiang Hong wouldn't have come. However, they definitely couldn't be thrown into a greenhouse like flowers. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to become star warriors. Han Jiangxue continued to ask, "Are you guys going to follow behind us?" Qin Huangquan nodded in agreement. "Yes." Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Shao and said, "You lead the way with Song Chuanxi. Xia Yan, stay in the middle and block in front of me. Stand in groups of 2 to 2. Don't be too close to each other." Xia Yin opened her mouth. She should be the one to lead the way with Song Chuanxi, but, okay, it's reasonable to let Jiang Shao do it. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that Jiang Shao didn't have any perception-type star techniques, Han Jiangxue would have wanted Jiang Shao to lead the way alone while Song Chuanxi and Xia Yan stayed in the middle. Due to the restrictions of the terrain, Jiang Shao and Xia Yan's domain tier star techniques were limited, and only Song Chuanxi's star techniques were normal. Of course, Han Jiangxue wasn't trying to trick Jiang Shao. She could even risk her life for Jiang Shao. However, this was a team battle. In reality, Jiang Shao was the perfect vanguard in the team. Jiang Zhao's existence would make the extremely dangerous Cave of Death slightly easier. Since he had acknowledged Han Jiangxue as the commander, Jiang Shao would definitely follow her orders. However, Jiang Shao discovered to his dismay that after the World Cup, no one in this world would treat him as a proper healer. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 638. Everyone advanced cautiously and walked all the way to the end of the torchlight tunnel. They kept their spirits up because the desperados did not like light. As the team of 4 moved away from the range of the torchlight, a battle could break out at any time. Whoosh! Han Jiangxue waved her hands continuously, and 2 large fireworks centipedes appeared in the tunnel, moving diagonally in front of Song Chuanxi and Jiang Shao to provide light for everyone. As soon as they walked about 300 meters away, Song Chuanxi tensed up and said, "Target found, Desperado." Before she could say the word ghost, Song Chuanxi's expression changed drastically, and Jiang Zhao's giant sword had already collided with a dark silver dagger. Fast. It's too fast. It was Song Chuanxi's first time discovering the Desperado. It seemed to be about to hit the wall at the corner, and before she finished speaking, the Desperado had already appeared in front of the 2 of them. Jiang Zhao's reaction was extremely fast, but Song Chuanxi's was even faster. Just as Jiang Zhao's giant sword blocked the Desperado's attack, Song Chuanxi had already attacked. Song Chuanxi was holding a double-edged giant sword similar to the Tyrant Slayer, which was like a propeller. There were black flames burning on it, but it did not increase the brightness of the surroundings. However, it made the Desperado shriek loudly. The painful howl was extremely miserable, and the figure of the Desperado disappeared in a flash. Bang! The sound of silence hit nothing. Along with the sound of silence was a platinum-quality ice roar, which also hit nothing. The battle was already over before the 2 large fireworks centipedes could even react to what had happened. Fang Xingyun was right. To the people in the galaxy stage, there might not be much of a difference between rapid movement and teleportation. Everyone knew that the galaxy stage was a threshold for the cultivation of star warriors. After entering the galaxy stage, there would be a qualitative leap in the strength of the human body. If one were to advance to the galaxy stage, there would not be too strict requirements for one's physical fitness. After all, there was no doubt that one had already reached the standard. However, as one advanced to the Starsea stage, one's physical fitness and various indicators would improve. This was also undeniable. However, the difference was that people's physical fitness did not change qualitatively when they advanced from Nebula to Starsea stage. There would definitely be a quantitative change. Here's an extreme example. Let's say that you're in the galaxy stage and you're in the starfall stage. There are no changes in your physical indicators, but your star power realm has increased and you've entered the starfall stage. Putting aside the realm of star power, in terms of physical fitness alone, even you in the galaxy stage are definitely not comparable to you in the starry stage. Why? They had the same physique, but why would there be such a result? That's because only the upper limit doesn't change, but the extent to which you can utilize your body will increase. In the same physical condition, when you were in the galaxy stage and the starry stage, your maximum ability was to throw a ball 10 meters away. However, you can only develop and utilize 60% of your body in the galaxy stage, while you can develop and utilize 80% of your body in the StarCraft stage. Will the effect be the same? It was no longer a simple question of throwing 6 meters or 8 meters. Another important aspect was that as one's star power realm increased and their understanding of star power deepened, so would their understanding of star technique. Take Second Last, who was in the starry stage, as an example. She might not be able to stop Jiang Zhao's teleportation, but she could definitely stop the Desperado's rapid movement. Powerhouses of such a level would have a terrifying degree of control over star power, understanding of star techniques, as well as the development and utilization of their own bodies. For example, Song Chuanxi, who was at the peak of the galaxy stage, and Xia Yan, who was in the early galaxy stage, might be at the same level in terms of physical fitness. However, in terms of combat effectiveness, Xia Yan would probably be inferior to Song Chuanxi. Han Jiangxue said, "Don't be discouraged, just take it as a practice. Now we're going to execute Plan B. Song Chuanxi, I hope you'll be the one to take the hit next time." "Yes," Song Chuanxi immediately said. Jiang Zhao secretly thought to himself, TSK. She's really domineering once she becomes the commander. The so-called Plan B was to rely on silence to win. The Desperado was a creature that only had melee combat abilities. Hence, it would definitely engage in close combat with everyone. Jiang Zhao indeed didn't manage to react just now. Next time, if they were to engage in close combat, Jiang Zhao would cast Sound of Silence at his feet immediately. On one hand, he could directly stop the Desperado from using its star technique and shatter its blade. On the other hand, he would also completely prevent the Desperado from leaving quickly. Once Sound of Silence took effect, an intense melee would ensue. "This guy is really a skeleton," Jiang Zhao couldn't help but say with a grin. Jiang Zhao managed to catch a clear glimpse of the creature's face just now. This creature is really amazing. It's just a huge skeleton that's about 2 meters tall. What does it eat? Does it rely on star power to support itself? What did it rely on to make that sound just now? Okay, it's indeed useless to dwell on that. There are many places in this world that don't abide by the basic laws. I hope its defense is as low as the introduction said. Song Chuanxi's expression was a little menacing, and his voice was cold and menacing, unlike his usual gentleness. The defense of that Desperado is really high. They're both skeletons, but there's such a huge difference. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem to have a high defense. You can probably break it with your bare hands. It's very experienced. It knows that its real target is us, not the fireworks centipede. Song Chuanxi paused and took a step forward, after which he raised his double-edged giant sword. Before the sound arrived, the ghost moved first. The Desperado that had been angered by Song Chuanxi attacked again. They had already started fighting, and everyone finally heard the hoarse shriek. Jiang Zhao didn't see any enemies at all. However, at the moment when Song Chuanxi suddenly moved, Jiang Zhao cast Sound of Silence at his feet. Bang! In the end, the blade of Desperado still collided with the double-edged giant sword. At the next moment, the blade of Desperado shattered and turned into star power before disappearing. The black flames attached to the double-edged sword also quickly dissipated, revealing the metallic luster of the double-edged sword. So fast. Even without the rapid movement star technique, the Desperado was still incredibly fast as a platinum-quality creature. A skeleton was fighting with Song Chuanxi and Jiang Zhao, and the scene was rather peculiar. It turned out that the bones of the Desperado were not as fragile as they had imagined. At least, it was unlike the Desperado in the Forest of Tears, whose transparent skin was like a decoration that would leak with a single poke. The gloomy skeletal claws clashed with the giant sword and the double-edged sword several times, but there were no signs of them breaking. The Desperado was sandwiched by the two of them, but it didn't retreat. Instead, it tried to move forward. Xia Yan kept her guard up and stood in front of Han Jiangxue. She was the last line of defense for the Rules Awaken. Han Jiangxue, who was wearing the flame shield, suddenly said, "Flame arc, nail it into the wall." While speaking, Han Jiangxue seized the opportunity and flicked her slender fingers gently, after which a gust of barren wind suddenly struck. It was the moment when the desperado forced Song Chuanxi to retreat and turned around to fight against Jiang Zhao's giant sword. Huff, due to the rapid change in position, the barren wind, which should have only been blowing at the desperado, was now blowing between the two of them. Jiang Shao and the desperado were blown away at the same time, but Jiang Shao didn't panic at all. He swung his giant sword and spun it out. In midair, the desperado that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws was smashed by the giant sword. At the next moment, another spinning double-edged sword flew over. It seemed that Jiang Zhao's actions during the World Cup had given Song Chuanxi some battle ideas. Has she started to play tricks too? But Song Chuanxi was obviously not good at stealing. He didn't have advanced knife-throwing skills. The double-edged sword hit the skeleton vertically, but due to the angle and strength, the double-edged sword didn't bounce back and fell to the ground. Bang! Jiang Shao grabbed the giant sword that flew back and retreated hurriedly. After another round of sound of silence, the desperado that had been smashed against the wall went silent again. It's really amazing. How did a skeleton make a sound? Where did its vocal cords come from? This sound of silence is really impressive. I told it not to make a sound and it really didn't make a sound. Exploring science in the magical world of star power was a very meaningful thing. While Jiang Shao was letting his imagination run wild, the scorching flame arcs arrived as scheduled. Xia Yan turned into a long-armed warrior and waved her giant sword repeatedly, slashing it up and down, blazing saber arcs were flung out one after another, bombarding the fugitive ghost into the earthen wall with loud rumbling sounds. Han Jiangxue liked Xia Yan's execution. She commanded loudly, "Retreat! Retreat!" Due to the position, Jiang Shao retreated to the other side of the two fireworks puppets, who volunteered to quickly move towards the wall. On the other side, Song Chuanxi dodged Xia Yan's flame arcs and met up with the two of them. Seeing that they were close enough, Han Jiangxue waved her hands and threw out 3 chain lightning. She had no choice but to be quick. Otherwise, the fireworks puppets would be electrocuted and the chain lightning wouldn't be able to jump. Seeing this scene, Jiang Shao was also prepared to explain to Han Jiangxue that he could choose not to retreat when necessary, but Song Chuanxi had to. Han Jiangxue could directly make Jiang Shao a target and give the chain lightning a chance to shine. She could just let the lightning shuttle between him and the desperado. The speed of the chain lightning was extremely fast, and it shuttled back and forth between the fireworks puppets and the huge pit in the wall at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Everyone could only see a connected chain of lightning and the electric glow that had yet to dissipate. Bang! The firework puppets completed their mission and exploded. There was no longer any sound coming from the dust-filled pit. "I'm not moving anymore," Song Chuanxi said frantically. She had received more information than the others. Jiang Shao threw another shot of sound of silence into it. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. Hence, he jumped in with his giant sword. It couldn't be helped. In such a special terrain, Han Jiangxue's rule star techniques were very limited. The dark blue scepter was an air-to-ground star technique. Just like Jiang Shao and Xia Yan's reign of tier star techniques, it wouldn't be effective in this terrain. On the other hand, Ice Roar was purely an earth-based star technique. Besides, the area of effect was too large and it would be too easy to accidentally injure others. The Platinum Ice Roar was not to be trifled with. If it were to hit one of her teammates, there would be a huge accident. At this moment, Jiang Shao, who had jumped into the pit, couldn't be bothered anymore. He covered the giant sword with star power and slashed it down in the direction that Song Chuanxi pointed. Clatter, the sound of bones breaking could finally be heard coming from the pit. A few seconds later, Jiang Shao walked out with a large skull that was larger than a basketball. The skull of such a creature was indeed rather large. Jiang Shao held onto the giant sword and covered the handle with star power. He then continuously smashed the skull. Kacha, kacha, kacha. It turned out that it had neither flesh nor brains. A star bead fell out of the skull. Jiang Shao couldn't help but look at everyone and say, "I was wondering why I kept hearing clattering sounds when we were fighting. I thought it was the sound of its bones. It turns out that the skull isn't solid. There's a hollow space in the back of the skull that's the size of a goose egg. The star bead is bouncing back and forth in this small space." Jiang Shao suddenly shook his head from side to side, but he didn't hear the sound of the star bead bouncing back and forth in his head. Well, the human brain is still better. The structure is exquisite and substantial. I can't even hear the sound of water. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 639. Jiang Shao picked up the Desperado star bead, and at the same time, a piece of information appeared in his internal star map. Desperado star bead, platinum quality 1. Desperado, according to the will of the user, summon a special weapon with Desperado attribute. It is extremely sharp and abnormally tough. Has tearing and bleeding effect. Platinum quality, upgradable 2. Desperado blade, consumes a large amount of star power and attaches it to your weapon in a special way, allowing your weapon to take you on a run for your life. Shuttles and jumps 3 times. Platinum quality, upgradable. Do you want to absorb it together? Oh? Comes with tearing and bleeding effects? What does bleeding mean? Who wouldn't bleed when the blade penetrates the flesh and leaves a wound in a normal battle? Jiang Shao was puzzled and decided to experiment with such effects in the future. However, Qin Wangchuan had already explained that star technique to everyone before. The so-called bleeding effect was a residual effect of star power that could make the enemy's wound more difficult to heal. Note that it was just more difficult to heal, not impossible to heal. Under the influence of the residual star power in the enemy's wound would bleed faster. As for the tearing effect, Jiang Shao had come into contact with such star techniques before. If he remembered correctly, the Bloodfang star technique of the spectral wolf creatures under the starry sky in Daming Province should also have such an effect. Fortunately, Jiang Shao had covered the giant blade with star power during the fight just now. Otherwise, the quality of the giant blade would have been reduced to smithereens. However, there was another reason. The Desperado was known for its speed and agility, but its strength was not too strong. At least, Jiang Shao could easily block its attack with his Galaxy stage power. If the user was stronger, he might really be able to shatter the enemy's weapon with the attributes of the Desperado blade. However, then again, what does extremely sharp mean? What does abnormally tough mean? Is it really that tough? It's so tough that the weapon of death will shatter after 3 jumps using Death Edge? Seems like the second star technique, Desperado Blade, is indeed rather powerful. This star technique seems to have other magical uses? For example, if Xia Yan wants to open a safe but can't crack it, can she hug the safe and use the star technique, Desperado Blade? After jumping 3 times, will the safe shatter? Jiang Zhao's imagination ran wild, and he felt that his thoughts made sense. However, one thing was certain. Back then, Xia Yan had tried using star beads as weapons and the Blade of Death star technique, but she couldn't shuttle at all. Star beads were mystical items that could almost not be destroyed by external forces. Xia Yan also wanted to use the star bead as a primer to try out the effects of the rapid shuttle. Unfortunately, there was no effect in the end. Han Jiangxue said, "The team will split the spoils of war equally. Let's go, we only have 7 days." Jiang Shao looked at Song Chuanxi, who picked up the double-edged sword with a smile and tilted her head to gesture in Xia Yan's direction. Jiang Shao tossed the ghost star bead to Xia Yan and said, "Logically speaking, if you obtain this star technique, you'll really be able to take off. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing." Xia Yan grabbed the star bead and asked in bewilderment, "Why don't you know if it's good or bad?" Jiang Shao grinned and said, "I'm afraid no one will be able to stop you when the time comes. Besides, with your fiery temper, no one will be able to follow you around and clean up after you." Xia Yan immediately blushed and stomped her feet. "What are you talking about? That sounds awful." Jiang Shao looked a little embarrassed and said, "I mean, clean up the mess." Xia Yan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiang Shao. "It's such a fiery battle, yet you're actually feeling a little embarrassed?" Xia Yan crushed the star bead in her hand and waves of star power surged into her body. Xia Yan closed her eyes and sensed it carefully, after which a look of joy slowly appeared on her face. The three of them were all stunned and thought, "Did I already acquire a star technique from the first star bead?" However, no one dared to disturb Xia Yan, for fear that she might cause trouble. After a while, Xia Yan opened her eyes and looked rather worried, making Jiang Shao feel rather conflicted. Jiang Shao couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" Xia Yan said, "I didn't absorb it, but I really feel it, very much so. When I absorbed other star techniques, I felt that I was forcibly pressing the star bead into the star slot of the star map. However, when I absorbed this star bead, I felt that it was actively embedded in the star map, and the star map was also trying to accept it. It felt great." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, "Is this the difference between an arranged marriage and a couple who are in love with each other?" Xia Yan blinked her large and beautiful eyes and asked, "Huh?" Everyone was speechless. Han Jiangxue clapped her hands and said, "Focus! Let's go." As she spoke, 2 flame puppets were summoned. The 5-meter-tall flame puppets acted as flame lanterns and brightened up the surrounding environment. After some thought, Han Jiangxue summoned 2 flame puppets and got them to scout ahead. Han Jiangxue didn't dare to summon too many flame puppets, because the tunnels in the cave were accessible and the flame puppets were not easy to deal with. She was afraid that she would be besieged by multiple desperado creatures at the same time. Even if there were 2 desperados, the battle scene would definitely be different. Hence, she decided to be careful. After teaming up with Han Jiangxue again, Jiang Shao could only exclaim, "It's so comfortable." Killing white ghouls wouldn't be able to show their standards, but killing desperados would be the proof of their true abilities. The cannon was simply perfect. Due to the terrain, many of Han Jiangxue's star techniques were restricted. However, she was also an offensive kaleidoscope who had all sorts of star technique. Regardless of the restrictions, she would always be able to find a suitable way to attack. At the back, Qin Wangchuan and Jiang Hong looked at each other. This team was far stronger than they had imagined. The team of 4 did not suffer too much of a threat from a platinum-quality desperado. With their ingenious cooperation, Song Chuanxi and Jiang Shao resisted while Jiang Shao, Xia Yan, and Han Jiangxue controlled the desperado. In the end, Han Jiangxue unleashed her explosive power and ended the battle. The team of 4 cooperated rather well, and they were indeed the best in their age group. As long as they were careful and did not get besieged by multiple enemies, Qin Wangchuan had reason to believe that the team of 4 would be able to fight their way out of the Cave of Death without the need for the 2 instructors to do anything. While Jiang Shao and the others were training in the Cave of Death, far away in Beijiang, in the snowfield of Jianan village in the dimensional space, a crow was flying in the sky and looking around with its lonely eyes. The one-eyed crow had been flying there for several days. The snowfield was so huge that it made one's hair stand on end. The endless forest and snowfield were always the same. It was so monotonous that there were only countless white ghoul witches and white ghouls hunting and fighting there. Jiang Zhao's first target was, of course, the wooden hut that had once stood on the edge of the cliff. Hence, Jiang Shao had been flying close to the edge of the cliff. However, after flying for a long time and passing through the mountains, the place was still covered in snow and there were no traces of humans. As for the big fight a few days ago, the one-eyed crow had earned a lot of money. At this moment Jiang Shao, who was the bait, had not only replaced his brass quality endurance with gold quality endurance, he had also stolen 11 gold quality white ghoul star beads and 2 precious gold quality white ghoul witch star beads. The Shadow Crow star bead was indeed a very good star technique. Not only could it be used to fly and detect, but it could also be used to conceal one's body. Once the white ghouls got into a fight, they would really not care about the black crow. Of course, if they were not fighting each other, the white ghouls would still want to kill the one-eyed crow. After all, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still a piece of meat. Where are you guys? Jiang Shao, the bait, couldn't help but yell. However, the words that came out of the bird's beak were ultimately a hoarse sound. As for the reason why the camera suddenly switched to the snowfield, it was because Jiang Shao, the bait, finally found traces of humans. After the one-eyed crow shrieked helplessly, it lowered its head again to see that there were trees of various sizes below that were covered in thick snow. Through the sparse branches, it seemed to have seen a wooden hut. Wooden hut? It's a small tree house? The one-eyed crow was overjoyed and frantically flapped its wings before flying down quickly. This towering tree was at least 60 meters tall, and in the middle of the tree, there was a small treehouse built on it. Jiang Shao, the bait, was extremely excited. Although it was a simple square wooden hut that was estimated to be about 20 square meters in size, it was a sign of human activity. The one-eyed crow landed on the roof of the wooden hut. There were no windows in the wooden hut, so it tried to observe the environment through the gap. However, the craftsmanship of the person who built this square treehouse was quite good. The interior of the gap was still made of wood, so it could not see the environment inside at all. It was probably to keep out the cold? The one-eyed crow hopped down from the roof of the treehouse and pecked at the wooden door like a woodpecker. Ding! 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 The one-eyed crow carefully sensed everything. After a while, it turned into a human form. Jiang Shao, the bait, had already sensed that there was no one inside. Jiang Shao, the bait, tried to push the door open. With a slight force, the wooden door opened wide. As the small treehouse shook slightly, dust fell and spread in the treehouse. For a moment Jiang Shao, the bait, was stunned. As the wooden door opened, light entered the house. Through the layers of dust, Jiang Shao saw the densely packed Jing characters. The small treehouse that was less than 20 square meters had countless Jing characters engraved on the 4 walls, the ceiling, the ground beneath his feet. Jiang Zhao's heart trembled. He had never thought that he would receive such a huge shock in such a small space. What kind of people used to live here, and what kind of stories did they have? Through the Jing characters, Jiang Shao seemed to see a lonely and despairing figure. Chapter 640. Heh! Jiang Shao took a deep breath, but he inhaled a mouthful of smoke and couldn't help but cough twice. Cough, cough. Then, Jiang Shao saw a mattress on the floor. It was a mattress made of more than 10 white ghouls' thick fur. The owner of this treehouse should have lived here for a long time. Although there was no bed, there were chairs and tables made of wooden stakes. Is that a stone bowl? Jiang Shao the bait had mixed feelings. He didn't know if he should be excited or disappointed. The room was clear at a glance. There were no cabinets, and the wooden table had no drawers. How could there be a place to hide things? It was obvious that no one had lived here for a long time. What did you rely on to keep warm? There were no windows or chimneys in this house, and it was pitch black. How did you light a fire to keep warm in the house? Jiang Shao the bait walked in and quickly gathered information. Finally, he found blood that had already coagulated in the corner behind the wooden table. Due to the fact that the temperature was very low, the blood was preserved. What made Jiang Shao puzzled was that the coagulated blood was dripping onto the ground bit by bit, just like a nosebleed. Some of the coagulated blood even flowed along the side of the wooden table, forming a few traces that had long solidified. Jiang Shao the bait put his hands on his waist and looked at the Jing everywhere with a complicated expression. He muttered softly, "You are now you." Jiang Shao the bait's eyes narrowed. He took 2 steps forward, stretched out his hand, and pressed it against the wall on the left. The words he muttered also changed. "You. Where are you now?" As the first Jing character was discovered by Jiang Shao, more and more Jing characters that belonged to the second stroke also came into Jiang Shao's sight. The difference between rough and graceful styles was too big. Jiang Shao thought that it might be from a man and a woman. There were 5 strokes in a Jing character. The first 3 strokes were from one person, and the last 2 were from another. So, the formation of this character means that he'll be back in 3 days, right? In this vast sea of Jing characters, these graceful Jing characters and sporadic strokes were rare, but it was enough to prove that there was not only one person living here. Bait Jiang Shao remained silent for a while before walking out of the wooden hut. His body turned into the illusory crow again, and he flapped his wings to fly up. He looked around and found a smaller tree. The crow landed on the snowy ground and transformed into its human form. It pulled out the giant steel blade on its back and slashed at the trees. Dong! 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 Kacha kacha! A few moments later, the small tree collapsed and was chopped into countless firewood by Jiang Shao. Decoy Jiang Shao carried the giant sword on his back and hugged the firewood. He stepped on the thick snow and walked towards the cliff that was dozens of meters away. He cleared an empty space and surrounded the firewood. A fiery red hunting bow and several burning arrows appeared in his hands. As bait, Jiang Shao took out several fire arrows and inserted them into the firewood. He silently looked at the firewood under him, but his mind was filled with the densely packed Jing. "I'm here. Where are you?" There was no concept of time in the upper dimension of the snowfield. It was always filled with the afterglow of the setting sun. One could only see the sunlight but not the real sun. After some time, at the foot of the opposite mountain, at the bottom of the canyon, a figure slowly climbed out of the underground cave. He took a deep breath and his eyes suddenly widened. He looked up at the top of the high cliff hundreds of meters away and saw wisps of green smoke floating into the sky. "That's the location of the treehouse?" The man looked at the scene in shock and did not come back to his senses for a while. He grabbed his hair and turned back into the cave. He shouted excitedly, "Lon Lon! Lon Lon!" The man stumbled into the cave and turned here and there. In the depths of the cave, he ran into a room with a burning bonfire. In his sight, a woman was carrying a child of 3 or 4 years old. As she walked, she hummed a lullaby softly. When the child heard the shout, he could not help but rub his eyes with his little hands and look at the entrance of the cave. "Daddy, Daddy's back, Daddy." The woman hurriedly covered the back of the little boy's head with one hand and pressed his little face on her shoulder. As she walked in the room, she continued to hum softly. When the woman turned around, she looked at the man in confusion. The man opened his mouth and looked at the child who was sleeping lightly on her shoulder. He hesitated for a moment and whispered, "I'm going to hunt. I'll be back soon." The woman nodded gently before turning around and coaxing the child to sleep again. The man took a deep look at the scene, turned around, and strode away. When he walked out of the house, it was pitch black. The man was familiar with the place as if he could walk out with his eyes closed. He walked all the way up the winding sloping tunnel, and finally, light appeared in front of him. He crawled out of the small cave and looked up at the cliff again. To his surprise, the wisps of green smoke were still rising slowly. The man strode in the canyon and stepped on the uneven stone snow path. He arrived at the bottom of the cliff on the opposite side and leaped lightly onto the protruding stones on the cliff. Judging from the effect of the man's rock climbing, He was not only an agile star warrior, but he also knew the environment like the back of his hand. The cliff was hundreds of meters high, but he walked on it like it was flat ground. From time to time, he would conjure two sharp blades in his hands and use them as pickaxes to climb up quickly. After a long time, a hand grabbed the edge of the cliff tightly. Immediately afterwards, the big hand exerted force, and the man's body rose into the air and landed steadily on the cliff. In the direction where the smoke was drifting, the man vaguely heard the sounds of intense fighting. To be exact, it was the roar of the white ghouls. The man's heart tensed up. No matter who the person who raised the smoke was, he should be a human. There must be no accidents. How many years had it been? He had been searching and waiting for so long. Without hesitation, the man hurriedly touched it, only to hear that the white ghoul's voice was getting angrier. If one stayed here long enough, one would be able to distinguish the emotions in the white ghoul's roar. Although the white ghoul's roar sounded like a simple roar in the ears of others, the man understood the meaning behind the white ghoul's roar. This guy must have changed from a simple hunt to an extreme hatred. Obviously, the white ghoul was infuriated to a certain extent. The man quickened his pace and hid behind a giant tree. He leaned forward slightly to take a look, only to be dumbfounded at the next moment. He saw a giant blade that was spinning rapidly and bouncing back and forth. He saw the white ghoul that was stumbling and furious because of his incompetence. He also saw a piece of pitch-black clothing. It was so familiar yet so strange at the same time. Especially, on the right sleeve of the black military uniform, there was a black armband with a red word on it, and the word "Ye" was written in blood red. The man stood up dumbfoundedly. The Night Guardian? He knew that there were countless Night Guardian brothers stationed in the lower dimension day and night. However, the holy ground was like a heavenly road separating them. Is it really the Night Guardian brothers? Is it a brother who accidentally entered the holy ground? After all, this person's clothes are still very new. The man's mood changed rapidly. At first, he was excited, then he was sad. He felt sad for this Night Guardian. If nothing went wrong, this Night Guardian who accidentally entered the snowfield would waste the rest of his life here. Or one day, he would be surrounded and devoured by the group of white ghouls. The man didn't even know which outcome was better. This snowfield was like a huge prison. If one stayed too long, it would stab one's nerves all the time. Sometimes, being alive would be more painful than being dead. Suddenly, the roar of the white ghoul rang in his ears again, but it was so hoarse. The man hurriedly came back to his senses, only to see the Night Guardian pointing his elbow. A gold-quality green light appeared and the huge white ghoul was directly sent flying. The giant blade in the Night Guardian's hand also spun out. The sharp giant blade was also enhanced with gold-quality green light and shot out rapidly. Under such a rapid rotation, the giant blade actually pierced the white ghoul's head with incomparable accuracy? What kind of skill is this? The man's body trembled slightly, as expected of a Night Guardian. However, are you really going to waste your skills, the strength that you obtained through blood and sweat day and night? The giant blade pierced through the huge white ghoul's head and nailed it into the giant tree. The Bait Jiang Shao didn't step forward. His keen senses had already noticed that there was someone behind him. That person should be kind. At least, he didn't sneak attack and didn't seem to have any intention of hiding. Slowly, the Bait Jiang Shao turned around and saw the savage standing beside the tree. It was a man wearing a white ghoul fur coat. At first glance, Jiang Shao could treat him as a savage. However, at second glance, Jiang Shao realized that the white fur coat was very well made and wasn't simply stitched up. The man was about 1.8 meters tall. His face was thin, but he had a large frame and broad shoulders. There was a sparse stubble on his face and his hair was very short. It could be seen that he had trimmed it regularly. Jiang Shao frowned slightly and looked up and down at the man's clothes. When a person struggled to survive in a place isolated from the world such as the wilderness or an isolated island, and even after living for a long time, he still maintained a certain image, then there was a high probability that he was not living alone. The skinny man narrowed his eyes. He saw the face of the night watch brother, who was wearing a strange circle mask. He also saw the pair of pitch-black eyes. A muffled voice came from the strange circle mask, "Name." The skinny man opened his mouth, but he didn't respond immediately. Jiang Shao came in front of the white ghoul and pulled out the giant blade. He turned to look at the skinny man and said in a muffled voice again, "Name." It was just a confirmation process. In fact, there was no need for a name at all. Jiang Shao had seen his face and it already matched the face on the information. However, compared to that time, the man at this moment seemed much more experienced. The man still didn't speak. A muffled voice came from the hoop mask, Guardian Army Soldier, Hu Wei, male, Han Chinese, born in 1989, disappeared on the 18th of January, 2011, patrolling with his partner Tsang Lan and has yet to return. See Chapter 361 for details. Hu Wei's body trembled slightly and his heart beat violently. There were tears in his eyes and he said with a choked voice, "Does anyone else remember me?" If it was possible, Jiang Shao wanted to tell him, "I'm here to take you home." However, Jiang Shao didn't have such an ability. Sigh. A deep sigh came from within the circle mask. Chapter 641. Chinese Valentine's Day. I wish everyone happiness. There was one more chapter at 8 p.m. In the land of Yen and Zhao, in the Cave of Death. Rumble. The sounds of explosions were deafening, and it was as if the entire underground cave was trembling. Song Chuanxi held the sword in front of his face and retreated quickly. Xia Yin gripped the giant sword tightly and stood in front of Han Jiangxue, fearing that the desperado would suddenly appear. "Jiang Shao!" Han Jiangxue yelled in shock. She watched as her brother's body flickered, but he didn't return. Where else could he have gone? Did he rush into the explosion? The sound of silence prevented all possibilities of releasing star techniques, and everyone could vaguely hear the crisp sound of bones breaking. Not one piece at a time, but one piece at a time. Walala, as the explosion surged, the fireworks centipede dashed forward under Han Jiangxue's control. Everyone hurriedly looked into the distance, only to see that Jiang Zhao's clothes were a little messy and there was a pile of broken bones at his feet. The team hurried forward. Jiang Shao shook his dizzy head with all his might and staggered a little. He raised his hand to admit his mistake. "It's my problem. I released silence too late, and it threw the pearl of death out." Jiang Shao then sat on the ground and covered his dizzy head with one hand. He had diamond-level endurance and was extremely resistant to any offensive star technique. Of course, Jiang Shao wouldn't really faint, but he did feel a little dizzy. At this moment, his head was spinning and he even felt a little nauseous. It reminded Jiang Shao of the earth-shattering explosion on George's star during the World Cup. Without a doubt, the explosion on George's star was more powerful. After all, it was a star technique that was performed at the cost of one's life. However, the Desperado's Desperado Pearl was more disgusting. Explosion-type star techniques already had a dizzying effect on humans, and this star technique even had an additional dizzying effect. The Desperado Pearl was the Desperado's star technique. The Desperado was also the second type of creature in the Cave of Death. Their appearance was exactly the same as the Desperado, but their star techniques were completely different. Jiang Zhao's feet were covered with star power and he stomped on the giant skull, crushing it. He then picked up the star bead that was bouncing around in the skull. He received a message from the internal star map. Desperado Star Bead, Platinum Quality 1. Death Bead, throw out a death bead that will explode. It is extremely powerful and has a stun effect. Platinum Upgradable 2. Body of Death, strengthens one's own defense, strengthens one's resistance to explosive-type star techniques, immunity to dizziness, passive skills, and does not need to be activated. Platinum, upgradable. Do you want to absorb them together? The rest of the team caught up and Han Jiangxue said coldly, "This is a team battle." Jiang Shao raised his hand again to express his apology. According to the team's combat strategy, he should have retreated just now and used silence to control the situation so that Han Jiangxue could attack. He shouldn't have rushed into the explosion like he did in the individual competition. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly. After reprimanding him, she walked towards Jiang Shao, squatted down and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Jiang Shao said, "Nothing much, I'm used to being reckless." However, Han Jiangxue said stubbornly, "No, you're always clear-headed when you're in a battle. Tell me what happened. Do you want to end the battle quickly?" Jiang Shao smiled bitterly and thought to himself, "She's really sensitive and smart." Jiang Shao didn't want to end the battle quickly, but he was rather touched. Jiang Shao said softly, "I was wrong, there won't be a next time." He then threw the Desperado Star bead to Song Chuanxi. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and reached out to gently adjust Jiang Zhao's clothes. Although he had rushed in, he was not too reckless. Silence first, followed by flash. It looked like he had rushed into the shockwave of the explosion, but in fact, it was more like he had dodged the wave of the explosion. Otherwise, the clothes on his body would not still be there. Han Jiangxue asked with concern, "Do you need to take a break?" Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "No, let's go. We don't have much time." So, what made Jiang Shao feel touched? It was because Jiang Shao saw a small life in the snowfield. In the winding and deep tunnel at the foot of the mountain, Jiang Shao followed Hu Wei into his residence. Then, Jiang Shao saw a beautiful scene. In the desolate snowfield, he actually saw a child who was sleeping soundly. The cold stone bed was covered with a thick layer of white ghoul fur, and the child, who was 3 or 4 years old, was also wrapped in clothes and bedding made of white ghoul fur. A woman in her late 30s was sitting on the side of the bed, looking at the sleeping child with a gentle expression. She curled her fingers and gently rubbed his smooth and tender face. At this moment, Jiang Shao also knew why Hu Wei still paid attention to his image in such a life. Perhaps it was not only because of his wife, but also because of the child. Jiang Shao recognized this woman. She had a beautiful name, Song Lan. On the information sheet, she was only 21 years old and was youthful and beautiful. She had short hair and her eyes seemed to be glistening. At this moment, she was 27 years old and was already a mother. Her long hair hung down her back and was tied up with a white hairband. She was also at the age of youth and her face was glowing with motherly love. Song Lan turned around. She wanted to ask how the hunt had ended so quickly, but she saw an unfamiliar figure standing next to her husband. The brand-new guardians of the night uniform made Song Lan's lips tremble slightly. No one thought that Jiang Shao the bait was there to save them. The couple only knew that another brother was going to repeat their mistakes. However, in this lonely world, seeing a living person again was a feeling that ordinary people could not understand. "You!" "Hello," Song Lan stuttered. It was only 2 words, but there was a gap between them. "Hello, both of you are very strong." A muffled voice came from the mask. In fact, Jiang Shao had always been a little doubtful. If Hu Wei lived alone, Jiang Shao naturally thought that Hu Wei would bring him to this house after confirming his identity. However, if Hu Wei's wife and child were here, wouldn't it be a reckless decision to let Jiang Shao enter? After all, Jiang Shao was still wearing a mask. Although there was no difference in essence, there was a barrier, at least on the surface. Song Lan smiled gently and seemed to have a good impression of Jiang Shao. Hu Wei, who was beside Jiang Shao, tilted his head discreetly in a subtle manner. Song Lan also blinked twice secretly. It was just like a normal blink, and no one could tell that it was a secret signal. Is this the legendary tacit understanding between husband and wife? Jiang Shao, who had the star technique of perception, was extremely sharp. However, he would not think about the secret signal at all. Hu Wei patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder gently and gestured for him to leave the cave. Song Lan stood up and followed the two of them out of the room, walking through the long tunnel in front of the door. There was no need for a door here at all. Be it the white ghouls or the white ghoul witches, their massive bodies would not be able to squeeze into such a narrow tunnel. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, although the tunnel was deep, the ventilation was not bad. It seemed that Hu Wei had put in a lot of effort into his home. The three of them walked through the tunnel, made a half circle, and entered another stone house. There were actually 4 skylights in this stone house. A few beams of light shone down vertically through the small holes, making Jiang Shao feel amazed. "Brother, tell me your story." Hu Wei sat in front of a stone table and gestured to the stone seat beside him. "Jiang Shao," the bait asked, "were the two of you the one who wrote the word Jing in the tree house?" Hu Wei pondered for a while and said, "No, not the two of us." Jiang Shao was stunned and thought, "It's not written by the two of them? There's another couple?" Hu Wei turned to look at Song Lan and said, "She and I." Jiang Shao also turned to look at Song Lan, only to find that she was secretly watching over the child who was sleeping soundly in the stone house next door through the hole in the stone wall. Hu Wei sighed and continued, "She and I have been searching here for a long time. We walked through mountains and rivers, maybe for a year or 2, until we couldn't walk anymore. Hee. Song Lan's smile was a little bitter. She turned around and said softly, "There's no sunrise or sunset here. In the beginning we could still feel the passage of time, but after that it's all gone. We don't even know how many years we've been here." Song Lan looked at Jiang Shao and said, "Do you know how we feel the passage of time now?" Jiang Shao, Song Lan turned around again and looked at her child through the hole in the stone wall. "He's growing up day by day. He turned over for the first time, crawled for the first time, spoke for the first time." Jiang Zhao's heart was filled with bitterness. As the bait, he, of course, could not feel the passage of time in this scene that was always the same. However, his main body was clearly aware of how many hours and days had passed. Hu Wei asked softly, "Brother, what year is it now?" Jiang Shao, the bait, replied, "September 2017. Hu Wei, it's already 2017? Song Lan's laughter carried a hint of sadness as she said to Jiang Shao, "One day, you'll also forget the passage of time." Jiang Shao remained silent and did not respond. Sensing that the atmosphere was a little depressing, Hu Wei hurriedly said, "Lan Lan and I have been looking for the exit here, but we couldn't find it until one day, we saw the wooden house built by humans just like you did. At that time, Lan Lan was also pregnant, so we stayed." Jiang Shao asked, "When did this happen?" Song Lan looked at the child who was sleeping soundly next door and said softly, "Perhaps it was 2 years ago." Jiang Shao pondered and said, "Before the child was born, you were looking for the exit here for 2 years?" Hu Wei's smile was filled with helplessness. "Perhaps, and we've never looked back." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "What the hell? How the hell am I supposed to get home?" The couple had never looked back and had been walking in the same direction for 2 years. Not to mention looking for an exit, they simply could not walk out of the snowfield. Hu Wei spoke again and said something that shocked Jiang Shao. "When you walk for a long enough time and a long enough distance, you'll realize a fact." Jiang Shao asked, "What is it?" Hu Wei said, "It seems familiar." Jiang Shao was shocked. "What do you mean?" Hu Wei said, "When we crossed one snowy mountain after another and passed through one forest after another, we finally realized that we were walking in circles." Song Lan's voice became slightly agitated, as if she did not agree with Hu Wei's perspective. The disagreement between the two seemed to have been going on for a long time. "We are not walking in circles. Our direction is not wrong. How could the direction of the sun's setting have changed?" This world seems real, but apart from us, everything else is illusory. This world is made up of many similar scenes. Jiang Shao was shocked. Song Lan's words completely overturned Jiang Zhao's understanding of this world. There was one more night shift at 8 p.m. Happy Chinese Valentine's Day. Please support me with monthly votes. Chapter 642. Wah, wah. The sound of a child crying could be heard from the stone room next door. Clearly, Song Lan's slightly agitated words and slightly raised voice had awakened the child next door. Song Lan calmed herself down and nodded at Jiang Shao. I'm sorry. Song Lan then hurriedly walked out. A moment later, Song Lan's gentle voice could be heard through the stone cave. Baby, be good. Don't cry. Hu Wei smiled awkwardly at Jiang Shao and changed the topic. We don't know where the owner of the treehouse has gone. We've settled down here because Lan Lan is pregnant. On the other hand, we hope to wait for the owner of the treehouse to return one day. We've been waiting for this moment. Jiang Shao pondered for a while and said, If I follow the direction of the setting sun and walk far enough, I'll come back to this scene again. If I can't find the treehouse built by the humans and the two of you, will that confirm your wife's guess? Hu Wei was stunned for a moment before he advised, It took us more than 2 years to reach that familiar place. Furthermore, we accidentally stumbled upon this familiar scene. You know how much we want to go back. You should be able to understand our despair back then. Please believe in our speed and speed. If you want to confirm such a guess. Is the map that big? In the cave of death in the land of Yanzhao, Jiang Shao stopped in his tracks and suddenly asked, Qin cult. Qin Wangchuan's voice sounded from behind, What's wrong? Jiang Shao asked, Does the dimensional space have an end? Qin Wangchuan was obviously stunned for a moment. He looked at Jiang Hong beside him and pondered for a while before answering, Yes. Jiang Shao was also stunned for a moment. Yes? Qin Wangchuan's expression was solemn. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Jiang Shao said, I just want to ask if it really has a boundary. Qin Wangchuan hesitated for a moment before saying, When you walk far enough, you'll touch the air wall. Air wall? Just like the air wall in the Scourge ruins? Was every dimensional space like a space bag, except that its space was large enough to form a world? Furthermore, the holy ground was connected to the dimensional passageway, making everything even more complicated. Jiang Shao had a sullen expression. The structure of the lower and upper dimensions is different? Or could it be that both Song Lan and Hu Wei's views were biased? Haven't they gone far enough? Or were they just going around in circles? Was the so-called déjà vu scene really as they said? After all, this was a vast forest and snowy plain. After staying here for a long time, no one's mental state would be good. These snowy mountains, these forests, which one of them was not a similar scene. Based on the two of them's desperate state of mind, with their speed, they wouldn't be able to touch the boundary of the dimensional space even after 2 years. The team members looked at Jiang Shao curiously, but Han Jiangshu seemed to have realized something. Jiang Shao continued to ask, One last question. How far do you mean by far enough? Qin Wangchuan said, It's the kind of distance that you can't imagine. Focus on the present, Xiaopi. Those are not issues that we should be concerned about. As a wasteland reclaimer, you only need to know that the holy ground will always open near the space gate. Jiang Shao sighed silently and thought, The holy ground will always open near the space gate? Jiang Shao had been to many holy grounds, and the furthest one was 400 kilometers away from the space gate. Is that considered nearby? Beijiang Province, Jiannan Village, the upper dimension of the snowy plain. Hu Wei took a deep breath and listened to the lullaby coming from next door. He said, Let's talk about you, friend. I only know the team you belong to. I don't even know your name. The decoy Jiang Shao remained silent and did not respond. Hu Wei understood the other party's mentality. The couple had absolute strength and stood at a certain height. They invited this comrade in, but this comrade had just arrived and might not be used to it yet. Slowly, he would open up to them. After all, everyone in this world was lonely. Hu Wei asked, "Are you willing to share your story with me? How did you get here?" The decoy Jiang Shao remained silent for a while before saying, "I entered by accident to maintain order in the holy ground." Hu Wei said. Then, the decoy Jiang Shao suddenly interrupted Hu Wei and said, "What realm are you in now? I can feel the star power fluctuations in your body, and the concentration is rather high." Hu Wei paused and said with a smile, "The middle stage of Star Sea." The decoy Jiang Shao was slightly stunned. The middle stage of Star Sea? Hu Wei was rather forthright, or perhaps he was intentionally befriending Jiang Shao to express his sincerity. Hu Wei immediately lit up his star map, which looked like a rope with a total of 24 star slots. Given Jiang Zhao's knowledge and acuity, he could, of course, confirm that the star power concentration was in the Star Sea realm. However, the problem was, only 16 of the star slots in his star map were lit up. There were a total of 8 star slots that could be used, and none of them had been lit up. Hu Wei smiled helplessly and said, "When Lan Lan and I served in the Guardians, we were both in the early stage of Star River. According to what you said, it's already September 2017, and we've been here for 6.5 years. Oh my, you're so pitiful, aren't you? You're already in Star Sea, but you only have 16 star techniques? The first and second star techniques are both of gold quality." Jiang Shao believed that Hu Wei must have replaced his gold quality green glow and gold quality endurance here. However, there were no other creatures or star techniques here apart from the white ghouls and white ghoul witches. Even if he had broken through to Star Sea, he still wouldn't be able to embed any other star techniques in his star map. Hu Wei continued, "If you stay here long enough, you'll find that your realm is improving very quickly. I believe you've already discovered that the concentration of star power here is incomparable to the star power in the lower dimensions." The decoy Jiang Shao nodded. Hu Wei gently patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said, "I used to think that the concentration of star power would only allow me to replenish star power faster. However, that's not the case. You'll find that your growth here is much faster than in the lower dimensions and on Earth. If I were still on Earth now, I might only be in the galaxy stage." At this point, Hu Wei looked a little desolate. If I were still on Earth, I'd accept it even if I were stuck in the galaxy stage. Hu Wei had indeed benefited from the upper dimensions. Otherwise, with his 24 star slots, it would be impossible for him to enter the middle of galaxy stage at the age of 28 or 29. That would probably require a lot of luck. If he were on Earth, he might really be stuck in a certain realm for several years without any progress. Hu Wei was 22 years old when he went missing and was in the early stages of the galaxy stage. Song Chuanxi, Wu Yao, and He Su, who were also 22 years old, were already at the peak of the galaxy stage. Under the circumstances where they worked the same amount of effort, the difference in qualifications was huge. At some point in time, Song Lan had also returned and walked towards Hu Wei. She gently pressed her hand on Hu Wei's shoulder and comforted him silently. "We've also tried to absorb the star techniques of the white ghoul witches, but the star map is here and we can't overcome the limitations of our professions. We can't even absorb the decoy." Song Lan's qualifications were slightly worse, but as a member of the Guardians, her qualifications were above the passing line. She had 21 star slots and her star map was a flying act. Song Lan was equally pitiful as she only had 16 star slots lit up in her star map. Besides, she was in the early galaxy stage. The upper latitude was indeed suitable for star warriors to cultivate. Song Lan had to take care of her children in recent years, which took up too much of her time and energy. Back then, when this couple first explored the map and truly struggled to survive on the verge of death, their strength had truly skyrocketed. Although they spoke casually, Jiang Shao had really struggled to survive there before. He knew how difficult it was for them back then. The golden white ghouls and the golden white ghoul witches were not easy to deal with. Both of them were in the galaxy stage and did not have any medical assistance. They were both melee star warriors. If these two wanted to survive here, what kind of near-death experience did they have to go through? Jiang Shao secretly sighed and thought, if they can have a gold quality blessing, they'll probably be able to survive better there. Jiang Shao said, I'm a medical awakened, but I don't have any vitality recovery star technique. I only have healing star techniques. If you need them, you can ask. Song Lan's eyes lit up and she lowered her head to look at Hu Wei. There'll be an additional layer of insurance when we go hunting in the future. Hu Wei looked at Jiang Shao dumbfoundedly and asked, You? Medical awakened? It couldn't be helped. When Hu Wei met Jiang Shao previously, he naturally thought that Jiang Shao was a melee awakened when he saw Jiang Zhao's magical bullet sword. In fact, with this great perfection projectile knife technique, everyone would be able to recognize the true identity hidden behind the circle mask. However, the couple had been trapped here for 6 or 7 years and did not know who Jiang Shao was at all. Wah! Wah! The sound of a child crying could be heard next door. This child is really naughty. Song Lan had a hint of reproach on her face, but her behavior was not fake. She hurriedly walked out. Jiang Shao looked at Song Lan's departing figure and asked, You guys have traveled so far. Have you drawn a topographic map? Hu Wei shook his head helplessly and said, For us, survival was already very difficult at the beginning, let alone other things. However, we tried it later on, but the effect was not very ideal. Hu Wei then walked to the corner of the room, opened a wooden box, and took out a white leather scroll. Did he shave off the white ghoul's fur and use it as a piece of paper? Jiang Shao grabbed the thick white leather scroll and opened it, only to see a blood-red topographic map. The paint should be the blood of the white ghouls. Jiang Shao looked at the map silently and said, I'll stay here for a few days. Hu Wei immediately nodded and said, You can stay here. Let's go hunting together. You're a medical awakened star warrior, so you'll be safer if I kill the enemies at the front, Hu Wei chuckled as he spoke. It was because he thought of the strange sword technique that Jiang Shao displayed when they first met. It seemed that this medical awakened star warrior was a master of unconventional sword technique. However, no matter what, it was always good to have one more person. Jiang Shao raised his head and looked at the hardy man. It was rare for him to be so optimistic in such a tough environment. Dad, Dad. A childish voice sounded from the door. Hu Wei hurriedly turned around with a smile on his face. He hurried forward and picked up the little guy in the white ghoul fur coat. Jiang Shao sighed softly and thought, that might be the reason why Hu Wei is so optimistic. That might be the source of hope for me. Ow! The little guy was wrapped in a small and thick white ghoul fur coat and seemed to be mimicking the white ghouls as he made a face at Jiang Shao. Her 2 small hands were in a claw position, placed at the side of her face, as if she was trying to scare away this strange guy wearing a circle mask. Jiang Shao was tickled by the little fellow's cute appearance. His originally smooth and round smile became even more strange because of the slight smile on his face. Oh! The little white ghoul got a great shock and hurriedly hid in Hu Wei's arms. Seeking monthly votes, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 643. Jiang Shao began his career as a decoy in the upper dimension of the snowfield. He tried his best to collect all the intelligence and information he could while living a relatively stable life with the family of 3. In the land of Yen and Zhao, in the Cave of Death, Xia Yen was carefully holding a star bead, but she did not absorb it immediately. Instead, she seemed to be sensing something and mumbling to herself, looking rather nervous. Such a scene made the surrounding people not dare to disturb her. Song Chuanxi's senses were extremely strong, and she had a peculiar expression on her face because she heard Xia Yan murmuring, Holy Spirit, toxic healer, please show yourself." Song Chuanxi turned to look at Jiang Shao, unable to figure out why Jiang Shao had reached the level of an immortal. "Why doesn't he call me Grand Supreme Lao Jun or the Jade Emperor now? He's starting to call me toxic healer? Why?" Song Chuanxi was unclear, but Xia Yan and Han Jiangshu were well aware that Grand Supreme Lao Jun and the Jade Emperor were nowhere near as impressive as Jiang Shao. Could they absorb star techniques 100% of the time? Could they have 2 or 3 star techniques in one star technique? No. Jiang Shao looked at Song Chuanxi in bewilderment, wondering why the gentle elder sister was looking at him that way. It was fine if she just took a glance, but who could stand it if she kept staring at him? Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment before saying, "I already have someone in my heart." Song Chuanxi was speechless. Jiang Shao added meekly, "You're a good person, but we're not compatible." No matter how good-tempered Song Chuanxi was, she was infuriated. She glared at Jiang Shao angrily and finally retracted her gaze. "Toxic healer, listen to my orders!" Xia Yan suddenly yelled, giving everyone a great shock. Jiang Shao was also dumbfounded, but he saw the star bead in Xia Yan's hand shattering. At the same time, a two-handed sword star map appeared in front of her chest. Jiang Shao stared at the star map in front of her chest, only to see that the 16th star slot was flickering. Everyone began to get nervous, for they all knew that the Desperado star bead was extremely compatible with Xia Yan's star map. Her first Desperado star bead had already absorbed the core star technique, Blade of Desperado. Her second and third star beads had both experienced the feeling of mutual affection, but they did not succeed. In that case, the fourth star bead. I did it? Xia Yan's beautiful eyes widened with surprise and joy. The 16th star slot suddenly lit up with a flawless platinum luster. "Oh my God, toxic healer, I praise you!" Xia Yan murmured softly and waved her hand. In midair, a burst of star power gathered and pieced together continuously. Next, a platinum-colored knife appeared in her hand. The platinum color was a little too bright. It was even brighter than the weapons in the Desperado's hands. It looked like a platinum accessory under the light. Not only was the dagger bright, exquisite, and had a beautiful luster, but it was also emitting layers of platinum mist. Everyone's face lit up with joy. They had succeeded. However, Xia Yan had a look of disdain on her face. What is this? While thinking about it, Xia Yan threw the exquisite and flawless platinum knife away. As the knife left Xia Yan's palm, it stayed in this world for 3 seconds before disappearing without a trace. Ever since she started her career as a star warrior, Xia Yan's weapon had always been a giant steel sword. Her style was also more inclined to be a berserker than an assassin. Compared to daggers and stilettos, she definitely preferred heavy weapons. Xia Yan clenched her fists tightly and looked at the expression on her face. She seemed to have exerted all her strength, making Jiang Shao want to give her a dose of poisonous milk. "Hey!" Xia Yan let out a soft yell, and a long handle appeared in her hands. Then, the huge body of the sword began to take shape. Xia Yan looked up as the giant blade was continuously pieced together. When the giant blade was pieced together, the dazzling Desperado blade was so dazzling that it almost blinded everyone's eyes. As a faint mist spread from the blade, the dazzling luster was concealed. The handle was 50 centimeters long, and the blade was 150 centimeters long. The back of the blade was wide and sharp. The heavy two-handed weapon made Xia Yan, who was already valiant and domineering, look even more majestic. So cool. Jiang Shao even wanted to take a photo to commemorate it. "Doggy, you've finally evolved from a husky to a big bit." Xia Yan was overjoyed and she looked around before tilting her head at Jiang Shao, gesturing for him to move aside. Jiang Shao hurriedly took 2 steps to the side, and at the next moment, he heard Xia Yan exclaim. Her voice was very spiritual. Yes, a person's voice would, of course, be emitted from a fixed point. However, Xia Yan's exclamation seemed to have come from a line. Bang! Jiang Shao felt a gust of wind blowing against his face, as if something had darted past him at a terrifying speed. It was as if it had teleported. It was true that before the sound arrived, the person arrived first. Almost at the same time, a heavy thud came from the corner of the tunnel in the distance. Song Chuanxi hurriedly turned his head to look, only to see that there was already a human-shaped outline on the stone wall. Xia Yan's body was embedded in it. Jiang Shao hurriedly flashed over and pulled Xia Yan, who was deeply embedded in the stone wall. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Xia Yan gasped continuously while muttering to herself. The mighty giant blade of desperation in her hand had long disappeared, and she staggered. After being dragged out by Jiang Shao, she covered her head with her hands and tilted her body. Jiang Shao hurriedly supported Xia Yan, only to see that her clothes were in a mess and her head was bleeding. Please forgive Jiang Shao. He really couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is this how your blade of death takes you to the ends of the world? Hitting the wall with your head? Is this the star technique blade of death? This is obviously a rocket headbutt, isn't it? Jiang Shao leaned Xia Yan's body against the wall, causing her to feel dizzy. In the end, she tilted her body and fell to the ground. Jiang Shao took 2 steps back, and bell began ringing. Ring ring ring, bell circled between the 2 of them and quickly healed Xia Yan, whose head was bleeding profusely. Xia Yan covered her face with her hands and was on the verge of tears. She kept screaming, "It hurts! It hurts! It hurts!" Ouch! Seeing this, Jiang Shao decided to free her. So, white light appeared on Jiang Zhao's hands and he pushed her palms away before covering her face with both hands. A few moments later, Xia Yan collapsed onto the ground like a puddle of mud. This time, she didn't yell in pain. Instead, she felt completely comfortable. Jiang Shao squatted down and suggested, "Don't just focus on the blade of death. Next time, cover your entire body with star power and leave a way out for yourself." "It's my first time. I'm not used to it." Xia Yan's eyes were glazed over and she couldn't tell if she was dizzy because of the collision or the milk. In short, it was a wonderful feeling. "Can you stand up?" Jiang Shao asked as he stretched his hand out. As soon as Xia Yan raised her hand, she heard Song Chuanxi yelling, "Be careful." Jiang Shao subconsciously held the sword in his hand and didn't even have the time to turn around. Instead, he reached his right hand behind him and grabbed the handle of the giant steel sword on his shoulder. Bang! Jiang Zhao's body was blasted away like a cannonball. Hiss, kacha kacha. The hissing sound of the skeleton was accompanied by the sound of bones moving, which filled the tunnel. Xia Yan's eyes froze and everyone felt their vision blur. Bang! When Xia Yan, who was originally lying on the ground, appeared in front of everyone again, she was already holding the sword with both hands and clashing with the blade of death of the desperado. It was too fast. However, even that scene only lasted for a short period of time. The desperado was blasted away by the sudden force, and Xia Yan's body disappeared around the corner again. Everyone hurriedly chased after her. Of course, Jiang Shao was the fastest. With a flash, he pulled out the giant sword and returned to the corner of the tunnel again. Right in front of him was the scene of Xia Yan and the desperado clashing with each other's swords. The desperado's body was blasted away again while Xia Yan dodged. Bang! Just like a relay, the desperado's body flew backward rapidly. Clatter, after 3 journeys, the giant blade of death in Xia Yan's hand shattered. However, Xia Yan waved her hand diagonally upwards and another giant blade of death was formed. "Xia Yan!" Han Jiangshu yelled. Xia Yan disappeared again almost as soon as Han Jiangxue spoke up to stop her. Whoosh! At the next moment, Xia Yan returned. Song Chuanxi stared at Xia Yan with his mouth agape and thought, what kind of athletic talent is that? What kind of combat intelligence is that? The star technique that she had just absorbed only failed once. Yet, Xia Yan managed to completely master the usage of the star technique? Why is Song Chuanxi so astonished? Under normal circumstances, if Xia Yan were to directly target everyone and shuttle back, they would definitely be in a mess. However, Xia Yan's actions were simply amazing. They could tell that she should have determined her target and let the giant blade of death bring her back. However, the moment it was activated, the giant blade of death in her hand shattered. Without the guidance of the giant blade of death, Xia Yan's speed plummeted. She turned around cleverly and turned her back to everyone. She arched her legs and slid for nearly 20 meters before stopping steadily in front of everyone. At the same time, another giant blade of death had already been formed and placed in front of her. Jiang Shao couldn't help but grimace as he stared at the cool battle. It was so King cool. Fang Xingyun always told Jiang Shao that teleportation was more advanced than rapid movement. Although that was the case, teleportation was instantaneous and there was no route of movement. Hence, it was impossible for her to glide in such a cool manner. The level of star power and the quality of star techniques really complemented each other and were indispensable. If a sniper king who had a 100% accuracy in shooting had to be equipped with a mahogany sword as a weapon, his combat power would definitely not be increased. Han Jiangxue said in a cold voice, "Your mission is to protect me. You're my last line of defense." Jiang Shao stepped forward and gently patted Xia Yan's shoulder. "Go and guard Han Jiangxue. We'll have more ways to play in the future." Xia Yan asked, "What?" Jiang Shao said, "For example, weapon of death plus blade of death plus brutality plus body of star power." Xia Yan licked her lips excitedly and retreated towards Han Jiangxue. The body of star power that she had once feared and consumed a lot of star power seemed to be about to become the core star technique of her combat system. Unfortunately, the star techniques of Flame Arc, Frost Wind, and Shadow Blade could not be enlarged. Although they could be used in the state of the body of star power, they could only be used on the body. Xia Yan couldn't throw out the massive Flame Arc or Shadow Blade. However, such requirements were indeed too high. At this moment, Xia Yan was already perfect enough. Brutality came at the cost of going crazy and increasing her physical fitness greatly. However, Jiang Zhao's bell could make Xia Yan calm down immediately. As for the abnormal consumption of star power by the body of star power, there was no problem. As long as Jiang Shao was around, nothing would be a problem. The successful absorption of the star technique of death allowed Jiang Shao to foresee the future of the brutal warrior. When a berserk giant charged through thousands of troops with an unstoppable momentum, people would see what a true killing machine was. The weapon of death had completely liberated the blade of death. As long as the core star technique of the brutal warrior could be used, Xia Yan would be completely freed. As long as he could adapt to Xia Yan's sudden change in combat style, Jiang Shao would be able to keep up with her rhythm. Get reckless, Xia Yan. There are too many strange worlds of other dimensions waiting for us to conquer in our lives as star warriors. Top. Chapter 644. A week later, the team of 4 walked out of the Cave of Desperation on time. They strictly followed the time requirements and did not cause any trouble for the other teams. The Cave of Desperation was not a place that could be entered casually. Since the Wasteland Reclaimers and the Guardians had a prior agreement, it would be better for the team to avoid trouble. The trip also made the team of 4 earn a lot of money. The spoils of war were divided into 4 portions, but Han Jiangxue, who did not need such star beads, naturally gave her portion to Jiang Shao. Xia Yan had already learned the corresponding star techniques, Weapon of Desperation and Blade of Desperation. After a round of exchange, Jiang Shao, who had 2 portions of the spoils of war, had a total of 29 Desperado star beads and 29 Desperado star beads. Xia Yan had collected 8 Desperado star beads and 21 Desperado star beads, while Song Chuanxi had 15 and 14 Desperado star beads respectively. To Song Chuanxi, the galaxy star beads was still far away, but it was never wrong to be prepared in advance. For 7 whole days, everyone fought fiercely and on average, 16 to 17 Desperado creatures died in their hands every day. Those were platinum-quality creatures. With the meticulous cooperation of the team of 4, they managed to get through the daunting experience without any mishaps. Jiang Zhao's existence not only became the first line of defense of the team, but also ensured the overall endurance of the team. Song Chuanxi once again felt the power of the medical support of a world champion. Her teammate, He Su, could also be called a world-class medical star warrior, but He Su was clearly purely a support. The toxic healer was different. The medical awakened should be protected by the team, but in this team, it seemed more like the medical awakened was the one protecting everyone. The score here and outside would be huge. Not only did the melee fighter appear out of nowhere, he even had a medical star technique. Who could stand it? Everyone rushed back to the capital Star Warriors while Song Chuanxi began her career as a teaching assistant. Jiang Shao and the other 2 Year 2 students finally got back on track and began their studies. Compared to Year 1, the curriculum for Year 2 was much easier, but it was also very tight. All the cultural lessons were piled up on Mondays and Wednesdays, while Thursdays and Sundays were breaks for the practical teachers to formulate training plans and go out for training. As students of the first batch of Wasteland Reclaimers, Jiang Shao and the others did not have a teacher for practical training. Their instructor was Qin Wangchuan. Naturally, Jiang Shao and the others became free labor and replaced the instructors of a group of Wasteland Reclaimers. The instructors focused on teaching the second batch of Wasteland Reclaimers, while Jiang Shao and the others began to take turns on duty. The only troublesome thing was that after some students figured out Jiang Zhao's schedule, they would always come to the administrative building of the school to secretly take pictures of him. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangshu were celebrities, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were world-class star warriors. There were plenty of people who were stronger than them, but the 2 of them were too famous, especially Jiang Shao. Currently, Jiang Shao and the rest were considered to be on duty for 1 day and 2 days off. If he had classes on Monday to Wednesday, he would go to class during the day and continue to be on duty at night. If he had classes on Thursday to Sunday, he would have to be on duty for a full 24 hours before getting off work. During Jiang Zhao's 3rd shift, a photo spread like wildfire on the internet. The photo was obviously taken secretly from outside the administrative building. Jiang Shao was wearing a desert camouflage short-sleeve shirt and shorts, and the word Wasteland on his armband was inconspicuous. However, it was definitely a piece of important news. The toxic healer was sitting in front of the office desk, resting his chin on one hand and looking lost in thought. Clearly, he was in the process of slacking off. Although the unscrupulous media did not know anything, the rumors they created were getting more and more impressive. The world champion Jiang Xiaopi has officially joined the Wasteland Reclaimers. He's sitting in the office for a long time and is afraid that he will be assigned to a clerical job. Students or teachers? Han Jiangxue and Jiang Xiaopi have reached an agreement with Capital Star Warriors to teach. They've transformed from students to teachers. After the students of the Capital Star Warrior School patiently explained everything and the truth was revealed, the toxic milk powder burst into laughter. Jiang Xiaopi, Capital Star Warriors instructor? A Wasteland Reclaimer soldier? You guys are thinking too much, I'm just a gatekeeper. Gatekeeper Jiang Xiaopi, Capital Star Warriors, is impressive. The world champion is going home to guard the door. He's so impressive. I keep feeling that my god pie is lacking something. Someone, give my god pie a key to the door. Did you see that? Don't become a world champion in the future. Why did you come back? Aren't you just a gatekeeper? I finally know why the sweeping monks are so impressive. It turns out that they're all retired from the world champions. Jiang Shao felt bitter. He wasn't slacking off, he was absorbing star power. He was thinking about how to become stronger every minute and second. Due to the fact that the reputation of capital star warriors had been greatly affected, Jiang Shao and the others kept the curtains closed while they were on duty. On a hot day, closing the curtains and staying in the house with little Jiangxue to enjoy the air conditioning was rather unique. Qin Wangchuan was preparing for the next training mission in the dimensional space for the four of them. With the combat strength of the four of them, the training point was naturally quite difficult. This also caused them to need a certain amount of time to contact and prepare. To his surprise, Jiang Shao received a message after only 3 shifts. This message came from someone in the northwest. The number of punctuation marks was almost as many as the number of words. Return to the team assessment. Oh? Is Sister P going to participate in the induction assessment? Jiang Shao looked at the message on his mobile phone and grinned helplessly. I can't split myself up. Actually, I do have a clone, but it's playing with the child in the snowfield. Hu Wei and Song Lan's child had some special hobbies. For some reason, he especially liked crows. Ever since he saw Jiang Shao transform into a crow, he had been pestering Jiang Shao to transform into a crow every day. Jiang Shao couldn't bear to reject the little white ghoul and had no choice but to play with him every day. Military orders had to be obeyed, not to mention that he had promised second last previously. Feeling helpless, Jiang Shao had no choice but to apply for leave from Vice Principal Yang Chun. Principal Yang agreed readily. Ever since the incident at the Yen Court, second last, as the representative of the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest, personally came to the school to communicate with the leadership. Hence, Jiang Zhao's identity as a light chaser had become an open secret among the leadership. However, when he applied for leave, Vice Principal Yang specially reminded him that there was news from the Star Pets and he hoped that Jiang Shao would return as soon as possible. It took Jiang Shao quite a while to apply for leave from Qin Wangchuan. The Wasteland Reclaimers were clearly unwilling to let him go, but as a light chaser, Jiang Shao indeed had a mission to carry out. Hence, Qin Wangchuan had no choice but to ask Jiang Shao to get out of his sight unwillingly. In fact, Jiang Shao wasn't too sure if Second Last had asked him to return to the Northwest because she saw that he was living a leisurely life as a gatekeeper. After bidding farewell to Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan, Jiang Shao boarded the military plane to Ka City. There were some benefits to being a soldier as he would always be able to board a suitable military plane. Jiang Shao could also tell that the Northwest region was not peaceful and there were frequent changes in personnel. After spending most of the day flying from the neck to the buttocks, Jiang Shao felt that it was all worth it when he saw Second Last. In the military airport, Second Last crossed her arms and watched the military plane descend silently. She, who had good eyesight, immediately saw Jiang Shao peeking out of the window. Second Last seemed to be too lazy to wait for the military plane to stop. She waved at Jiang Shao while the military plane was still gliding. Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment and thought, there are so many soldiers around me. Wouldn't that be too conspicuous? Alright, who cares? You're the commanding officer, you call the shots. At the next moment, Jiang Shao carried his school bag and appeared in front of Second Last. Second Last turned around and gestured to the military vehicle in the distance. Jiang Shao couldn't help but mutter softly, "You didn't even give me a hug." Second Last turned around and glanced at Jiang Shao from the corner of her eye. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, "You sent me a message in the morning and I traveled across China to rush here. You didn't even say a word. I'm not happy." Second last remained silent for a while before saying, "There are many people here." Jiang Shao was instantly stunned. "That's interesting, isn't it?" Jiang Shao asked excitedly, "What if there aren't many people?" Second last said, "I'll kick you." Jiang Shao was speechless. When they got into the military vehicle, the two of them sat in the back seat. Second last looked at Jiang Zhao's sulky expression and couldn't help but smile. Jiang Shao muttered, "Thank you for saving me some face. You're so considerate." Second last grabbed the vertical beam of the convertible military vehicle and said, "The person you recommended has a character." Jiang Shao paused and chuckled to himself. "He's very capable too." "Humph." Second last humphed casually and declined to comment. The military vehicle drove all the way out of the airport and drove into a military camp after another 3 hours. The vehicle slowly stopped and second last got out. Jiang Shao hurriedly jumped out and said, "You haven't told me how to do the assessment." Second last said, "I've gotten your black and white candle back for you." Jiang Zhao's eyes glistened and he thought, "Is Flash getting my Pokemon back? That little guy has probably suffered a lot under second last's lead." Jiang Shao followed her into an office building and into the conference room on the first floor. As soon as he entered, Jiang Shao saw a familiar figure sitting quietly on the chair with his eyes fixed on a pocket watch. There was a tall and slender man sitting opposite the conference table with a braid on the back of his head. Jiang Shao had no idea how the braid was tied up. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, and he had some stubble on his face. He crossed his legs and rested his left elbow on the conference table while wearing a pocket watch chain on his right hand. The pocket watch below the chain was swaying left and right like a pendulum. He then stared at the swaying clock and moved it back and forth. The man's voice was gentle, almost as gentle as the male host. "You feel very relaxed, very relaxed." Jiang Shao had a strange expression on his face, and he couldn't associate this man with the great sage. Didn't second last say that the great sage was a hot-tempered and boorish man? What the hell is this lazy and casual vibe? What the hell is this braid? Second last said coldly, "Fu Hei. Shoo. I'm almost there. Give me some time," the man named Fu Hei said, as he raised his hand and pointed a finger at second last. His eyes were lively as he carefully observed Ho Mingming's expression. His voice was extremely gentle. "You feel like you're sleeping on a soft bed. It's very comfortable and comfortable. Your eyelids are heavy and you're feeling sleepy. Wow. Wait a minute, second last." Second last kicked the man named Fu Hei away, and with a loud thud, he smashed several chairs and was kicked to the corner of the wall. Jiang Shao was also dumbfounded. Second last? What kind of immortal title is that? Smack. Smack. Second last leaned forward with one hand on her left side and snapped her fingers twice in Ho Mingming's direction. Ho Mingming shivered slightly and suddenly looked up at second last with a bewildered expression. 3 seconds later, Ho Mingming stood up abruptly and pulled the bow in a perfect posture. The dark arrow was immediately aimed at Fu Hei, who was wailing while covering his head with his hands. Second last said through gritted teeth, "Stop." Ho Mingming stared at Fu Hei while her chest heaved up and down violently. Her fingertips turned pale and her fingers that were holding onto the arrow were trembling. It was hard to ensure that she would listen to orders when she was furious. After all, she wasn't a real soldier yet and she didn't seem to have the concept of obeying orders in her head. Smack. Smack. All of a sudden, she snapped her fingers twice again. Ho Mingming turned around abruptly, only to see a familiar face. Xiaopi? Ho Mingming was slightly stunned. Since she had the star technique of perception, she shouldn't have been so slow to react. However, the hypnosis just now had indeed interfered with her brain. Jiang Shao raised a finger and swung it left and right. He said, "If you feel relaxed now, you'll put down the arrow in your hand." Ho Mingming was speechless. The atmosphere in the room was extremely strange. 2 seconds later, Ho Mingming glared at Fu Hei hatefully and waved her hand, after which the bow and arrow in her hand disappeared. She then sat down on the chair. This time, it was Fu Hei's turn to be dumbfounded. He hugged his head and curled up in the corner while staring at Jiang Shao with widened eyes. "What kind of demon is this?" Fu Hei asked in a daze. "What kind of hypnosis star technique is this? Why is the effect so strong?" Jiang Shao said weakly, "This is not a star technique, this is love. In this world, only a father's sincere love can change the rebellious and violent souls." Apex. Chapter 645. Those who have subscribed to all the chapters can now receive the glory of the great God. He opened the official website of Qidian and clicked on 9 stars of poison milk. There was a small badge on the right side of the web page, which he clicked on to receive. This paragraph is free of charge. Reporting. Just when the atmosphere in the conference room was getting awkward, a sonorous voice came from the door. Jiang Shao turned his head and his eyes lit up. It was a man who was about 190 centimeters tall and had long limbs. His arms, in particular, almost reached the middle of his thighs. Although his arms and legs were long, his body was rather sturdy and he looked strong and powerful. His eyes were sharp, his nose bridge was high and his lips were thin. He looked like a heartless, unruly master. His hair was short on the sides and messy and fluffy on top. If he wanted to, his bangs could cover his eyes. Second last didn't turn around and said, "Throw him out and take a seat." "Don't, second last." Fu Hei frantically got up. Of course, he knew who second last was giving orders to. Fu Hei scooted over and said smilingly, "Aren't you short of manpower? I've volunteered to come here. You can't not give me some face." Jiang Shao glanced at Fu Hei and thought, face? I've already kicked him just now and he's still talking about the issue of face? To his surprise, second last's next words made Jiang Shao freeze in shock. Second last said, "You're the captain of Light Chaser. I'm recruiting a member." Fu Hei frantically exclaimed, "Second captain? Captain of second high school? Second captain? Stop joking. I'm not the captain. I've been dismissed long ago. Do a good deed and take me to your independent team." Second last turned around and looked down at Fu Hei coldly. "Throw him out." The strong man at the door immediately walked in. To his surprise, Fu Hei was just like a slippery eel. He used second last as a pillar and actually played a game of King Qin walking around the pillar. The man who had been fooled was indignant. He could tell that he was really hot-tempered because he even flashed his star map. It was a golden red rod star map with 28 star slots shining on it. In an instant, majestic star power surged out. Ho Mingming raised her eyebrows slightly and pressed on the huge conference table with one hand to ensure that it wouldn't be overturned. Second last also realized that something was amiss. She grabbed Fu Hei's collar and said through gritted teeth, "Your identity as a guardian of the night is the only reason you're still alive now." To Jiang Zhao's surprise, Fu Hei's reaction was rather interesting. Fu Hei stopped smiling mischievously and stared at second last with an intense gaze. "I want to join the team," second last said. "You're a squadron leader or even a captain." Fu Hei, "I am now an ordinary soldier. I think I have the ability to join your team." "If your team is lacking members, why can't I?" Second last said slowly. "You didn't listen to me." Fu Hei stared at second last silently and broke free from her grasp a few seconds later. "No problem." Fu Hei then walked towards the door and patted the burly man on the shoulder when he passed by him. "You have a good aura." The man smirked, and at the instant that the two of them crossed paths, his eyes glistened and he smiled arrogantly. Fu Hei wasn't afraid in the slightest, and he shrugged and strode away. Second last humphed and said, "Take a seat." The man put away the star map and walked towards the inner side of the conference room, where he sat next to Ho Mingming. Jiang Shao could tell that he was indeed a person who would fight to the death over a disagreement. Second last also pointed at him and said, "Sun de Zhongjiren, your senior." Jiang Shao sized Sun, dashing up curiously and thought, is he actually a senior of the Star Warriors University? He seems to be 27 or 28 years old. I reckon he's only graduated a few years ago. In fact, when Ho Mingming was in year 1, Sun Dashing was in year 4. When Ho Mingming was in year 4, Jiang Shao happened to be in year 1. This team is rather interesting. Alumni gathering? Jiang Shao sat opposite the two of them and asked, "What happened to Fu Hei just now?" Second last hesitated for a moment and said, "He disobeyed orders on the battlefield and was removed from his position." Second last's words sounded casual, but Jiang Shao was astonished. Disobeyed orders on the battlefield? Is that something that can be solved simply by removing him from his position? Second last sensed Jiang Zhao's bewilderment and explained, although he disobeyed orders, it turns out that his judgment was right and he completed the mission successfully. Jiang Shao nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Why did he insist on joining your team, then?" Second last said simply, "Because our team is relatively independent and he has more freedom. Let's end this topic here." Second last then sat down and gently tapped the table with her slender fingers while staring at the two of them. Dong, dong, dong. What made Jiang Shao feel amused was that the rhythm of second last's fingertips tapping on the table was actually extremely close to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Ho Mingming puffed out her chest and stared at second last with a pair of scorching eyes. Sun Dashing flicked his fluffy hair and tilted his head slightly before looking up at second last without saying a word. More than 10 seconds later, Jiang Shao suddenly realized that his heartbeat was following second last's fingers. Dong, dong, dong. She also began tapping the table a little faster. Jiang Shao wanted to say, "I want to pee," but he didn't dare to. Second last suddenly said, "I need a vanguard team that can tear apart any line of defense." Sun Dashing said, "Give me 3 teammates who can keep up with my rhythm." As soon as he finished speaking, Ho Mingming turned around to look at Sun Dashing. Although they were from the same sect, this senior of his did not give him any face at all. His words were so straightforward. The venue was obviously an interview for the two of them, but Sun Dashing rejected Ho Mingming immediately. Second last's fingertips tapped the table faster and faster, but Sun Dashing remained unmoved. However, Ho Mingming's heart was pounding faster and faster. The arrogant second last was indeed infuriated by Sun Dashing's disregard, and she was also influenced by second last. Bah! She snapped her fingers. Ho Mingming subconsciously turned to look at Jiang Shao, only to see that he was frowning at her. Second last stopped tapping the table and turned to look at Jiang Shao. She said expressionlessly, "What kind of person can keep up with your rhythm?" She was obviously talking to Sun Dashing, but the way she looked at Jiang Shao made him know that she was blaming him for causing trouble just now. Sun Dashing grinned and raised his head slightly before pointing at Jiang Shao with his chin. "Are you willing to give them to me?" Second last finally looked away and turned to look at Sun Dashing. She said in a hoarse voice, "You have a big appetite." Sun Dashing said matter-of-factly, "As long as the supplies are in place, I can tear apart any line of defense for you." Jiang Shao smacked the table and exclaimed righteously, "Examinee, watch your language. Why are you targeting the examiners?" Sun Dashing was clearly stunned. Clearly, he had yet to get used to being the toxic healer. Jiang Shao was also amazed by second last's attitude. First, it was Fu Hei, then it was Sun Dashing. Jiang Shao could testify that he had never seen anyone who dared to show off in front of second last. Without a doubt, second last was communicating with both Fu Hei and Sun Dashing on an equal footing. Needless to say, Fu Hei's achievements and position were obvious. In fact, He might even be one level higher than second last. Jiang Shao reckoned that although Fu Hei disobeyed orders, he completed his mission perfectly and gained the approval of many soldiers, including second last. As for Sun Dashing, second last had always admired him. There were a few keywords that Jiang Shao remembered very clearly: loyal, fiery, tough, yet meticulous, brave and tenacious. However, Jiang Shao had no idea how much effort second last had put in to get Sun Dashing to join the Guardians of the Night. Hence, she was being courteous to the wise. To second last, being able to communicate with Jiang Shao on an equal footing was already considered courteous to her. For example, Sun Dashing's words were so aggressive now, and it was already good enough that second last didn't ask him to stand in the corner. Second last glanced at the door thoughtfully. Although her vision was blocked, she could sense that Captain Fu was still there. She felt that he would definitely be able to keep up with Sun Dashing's pace. In fact, he didn't even need to go through an assessment. However, how could she let someone who was about to be promoted to a captain be an ordinary light chaser in the team? Wouldn't that be a waste of resources? Sun Dashing was the captain of the team, which was appointed by second last. She believed in Sun Dashing's abilities, and a good general would undoubtedly determine the style and temperament of the entire team. All of a sudden, second last fell into deep thought. She was thinking about whether she should take over Fu Hei's mess. Although Fu Hei was highly regarded by the soldiers, the higher-ups were not satisfied with him. Besides, Fu Hei had changed the tactics that they had already set and disobeyed orders on the spot. Fu Hei's style was to be flexible and flexible. There's no need to set any tactical guidelines at all. Anyway, I'll change them at the last minute. You just have to tell me what the objective of the mission is and send me to the battlefield to watch me perform. From that perspective, it's not a bad choice to make him a soldier, is it? There was silence in the room, and Ho Mingming, who was favored by the heavens, once again felt neglected. However, this time, Ho Mingming calmed down a lot. At least, she didn't show it. Jiang Shao secretly nodded and thought to himself, "Grow up, Sister P. Let's prove ourselves with our abilities. I need a vanguard team that can tear apart any line of defense." Second last suddenly raised her head and looked at Ho Mingming. Ho Mingming nodded gently and said, "In that case, I'll have a place in this team." Jiang Shao was overjoyed. Her answer was calm and composed. She was neither servile nor overbearing. Second last turned to look at Jiang Shao and said, "You like her?" Huh? Second last naturally noticed the joy on Jiang Zhao's face. Jiang Shao scratched his head and thought, "How should I explain this? If you were in my shoes, you'd be happy to see your child grow up step by step." Ho Mingming's growth was obvious to all. If it were the Ho Mingming before the World Cup, she would have probably been infuriated when she was being belittled. The Wasteland Reclaimers and the Mountain Crushers would all cry and beg Ho Mingming to join them. How could she suffer such grievances? However, looking at her current behavior, how could Jiang Shao not be happy? Jiang Shao pursed his lips and immediately asked, "Are you jealous?" Second last was speechless. Climax. Chapter 646. I've written some extra words in the 4,200-word chapter. I hope everyone will enjoy reading it. Please vote for the Toxic Healer. In the conference room, second last looked at Ho Mingming quietly. Although she was expressionless, Jiang Shao knew that she was very satisfied with Ho Mingming's answer. After a while, second last said, "Nine-Tailed and I will be your teammates for the time being. The assessment mission this time is to destroy the holy ground. Let me see how strong you two are." Destroy the holy ground? Attack? Perhaps to the two of them, it wasn't considered an attack at all. Go back and rest. Gather at the entrance of the military camp at 9 p.m., second last said as she stood up. Jiang Shao stood up too, only to discover that second last had pressed her hands on the conference table and was leaning forward to look at them. She said in a hoarse and stern voice, "No matter what you think, this is my team. Listen to my orders. It's your duty." A trace of red star power suddenly flashed in Sundashing's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. He stared at second last silently and stood up. "Yes," he exclaimed. Ho Mingming stood up too and watched second last and Jiang Shao leave. Deep down, she was thinking about what Jiang Shao had said to her back in Neon. "I have a friend with a bad voice who can make you an obedient kitten." Ho Mingming had to admit that the commanding officer was indeed rather domineering. If it were someone of a lower level or who wasn't mentally strong enough, they would have been defeated easily. After the two officers left, Sun Dashing and Ho Mingming left quickly too. It was already in the afternoon, and since the mission would start at 9 p.m., they should indeed prepare in advance. Second last did not bring Jiang Shao out of the building. Instead, they went straight to the third floor and entered an office. Jiang Shao sized up the clean and bright office curiously, only to see that there was a green plant in the corner that brought a hint of coolness to the hot summer day. He couldn't help but ask in bewilderment, "Do you have an office?" Second last nodded and said, "Yes, but not here. I borrowed it." Second last then sat behind the desk, opened the drawer, and pulled out a folder. She then threw it on the table and said, "Sun Dashing." Jiang Shao stepped forward, picked up the documents and flipped through them. Before the mission, it was compulsory to know the star techniques and characteristics of their teammate. Of course, Jiang Shao knew Ho Mingming's style, characteristics and combination of star technique. Hence, second last only gave Jiang Shao information about Sun Dashing. And this Sun Dashing, the list of star techniques displayed a very distinct regional characteristic. If you looked closely, you could even see the trajectory of his life. The first few star techniques were all melee star techniques used in the north. They were common but had extraordinary effect. Boorish men come from the middle, and boorish men come from the armory. The star techniques fangs, hatred, severe damage, brutality, and body of star power were all from the arsenal. Jiang Shao also had reason to believe that the useless brass quality star technique fangs was the price he had to pay for absorbing hatred. Flame arc and flame crack came from the volcanic dimension, while perception, agility, sharpness, and battle howl came from under the starry sky of Great Ming Province. The first 10 star techniques were all from the northeast region. Since then, he began to acquire star techniques from the surrounding areas of the capital. He reckoned that he had obtained those star techniques during his university days. Flame resistance, and lava star techniques were clearly from the Flame Inquisition of the dimensional space that was the overlord of the capital. The great sage seemed to have a special liking for the star techniques of the Shadow series, or perhaps it was because the star technique was really powerful and all melee fighters would love it. He had all 3 sets of shadow summoning, shadow transformation, and shadow pursuit. Sun Dashing's advanced star techniques were very interesting. Jiang Shao actually saw Giant Spirit Strike? It's rather impressive, isn't it? However, Jiang Shao carefully looked at Sun Dashing's star technique and thought to himself, although it's powerful, it would be difficult for Sun Dashing to defeat Ho Mingming if he were to destroy the holy ground instead of fighting with others. Ho Mingming was an output cannon that was definitely not afraid of anyone in a race. Everyone's star map was different, and Jiang Shao didn't know the specific effects of the Great Sage's star map. While looking at Sun Dashing's information, Jiang Shao said, "I found him." Second last asked, "Huh?" Jiang Shao threw the information on the table, pulled a chair over, and sat opposite second last. He then looked at her and repeated, "I found him." Second last reacted quickly and her pupils constricted slightly. Found him? Of course, second last was full of confidence in the survival of the soldiers in the upper dimension. Given the strength of the soldiers, it was definitely possible for them to survive. What could really cause the soldiers to lose their lives was not a problem of strength, but a problem of mentality. Anyone who survived in that isolated prison would definitely have a heart full of holes. Hence, what really shocked Second Last was that Jiang Shao actually managed to find them. Second Last said, "It's safe here." Jiang Shao sighed deeply and said, "It's a couple, Hu Wei and Song Lan. They also have a child who's 3 or 4 years old. He's a boy and he's very adorable." Second Last looked at Jiang Shao silently, and her stiff expression eased up a little when she heard the word child. Jiang Shao smiled helplessly and said, "As for why he's 3 or 4 years old, it's because his parents don't know how long it's been. They don't have any concept of time or any reference materials there." Second Last leaned back against the back of the chair and crossed her arms before staring at Jiang Shao quietly. Jiang Shao could tell from her body language that there was a hint of resistance. She was obviously defending herself, not against Jiang Zhao's attack, but against the impact of Jiang Zhao's words. Second Last asked, "Where are they?" Jiang Shao spread his hands helplessly and said, "It's the same snowfield everywhere. There's nothing, and I don't know where I am either." Second Last nodded silently and said, "That's one of the reasons why the country prohibits the search and rescue of the upper level. Those who go there will never be able to come out again." Jiang Shao shook his head helplessly and said, "All I can do is talk to them about what happened in the past few years and play with the child. That child loves the one-eyed crow, and I've been playing with him in the form of a crow. Maybe he hasn't seen too many creatures since he was born." Second Last sat in the swivel chair and spun around slightly. She then looked out of the window and said, "Parents, White Ghoul Witch and White Ghouls. Those are the only creatures in his life." Jiang Shao said, "Yes." Second Last asked, "What's his name?" Jiang Shao said, "Hu Shuyuan. His nickname is Yuan Yuan." "Hu Shuyuan." Second Last murmured the name softly with a bitter smile on her lip. The couple is really strong enough to give their child such a name. After a while, Second Last said, "Don't blame yourself, it's not your fault." Jiang Shao said, "Yeah." Second Last turned around and placed her elbows on the desk. She leaned forward and said, "The country and all of us are well aware that our soldiers are in the upper dimensions of countless dimensional spaces. However, we've tried all sorts of methods, but in the end, we have no choice but to admit defeat. There's nothing we can do." Staring at Jiang Zhao's silence, Second Last continued, "Just like what you experienced in the Tribunal Yen incident, the 29 soldiers who have been lost forever. We have indeed destroyed the holy ground and closed the dimensional gate on Earth, but we have no way of knowing if that space has really been destroyed or if they are still living in the Judgment Hall of Flame." Jiang Shao leaned forward and placed his elbows on the desk while staring at Second Last. "I'll play with Yuan Yuan for a few more days before I set off." Second Last asked, "Huh?" Jiang Shao said, "I'll find a way out. 1 year, 3 years, or even 10 years. I'll definitely find the exit." Second Last remained silent and didn't comment on it. Soldiers going missing in the upper dimensions had been around for decades. Yet, they still hadn't returned after such a long time. "If you want to find the exit," Jiang Shao said, "just like how I found the family of 3 in the endless snowfield, I believe I'll find the exit." Second Last remained silent. Jiang Shao said, "If necessary, I can die too. I'll then reactivate the decoy and enter the snowfield again. I'll find the couple again and bring them some star beads and clock. I'll also bring some toys and books for Yuan Yuan." Jiang Shao said with a solemn and firm expression, "I still have a long life ahead of me. I have a lifetime to do this. One day, I'll bring Yuan Yuan home and we'll return to this colorful world." Second Last didn't expect Jiang Shao to say such words. It turned out that he wasn't acting in a fit of pique, nor was he eager for instant success. Once he said that, he would do it for the rest of his life. Second Last knew that he was a person who believed in promises and would keep his promises. Every choice and achievement he made along the way had proven his faith time and time again. Second Last stretched her hand out and pressed it against the back of Jiang Zhao's hand. She then said, "Do it quietly, don't tell them. Don't give them any hope. No matter how strong they seem, don't be the straw that breaks their back." Jiang Zhao nodded and said, "I know." Second Last said, "You have to know that countless people have been rushing to the upper dimensions for a long time, but there hasn't been any results after decades. I hope you can calm down. Let me know if you need anything." Jiang Zhao nodded again. Second Last retracted her body, leaned over, and opened the cabinet under the desk. She then pulled out a shivering little guy. The little guy's skin was black and translucent, and there was white star power flowing in it. The little guy had white eyes and a white flame burning on its head. Due to the fact that its body was soft and smooth, its body was a little deformed when Second Last picked it up. Second Last pressed the black and white candle on the table and said to Jiang Zhao, "I won't stop you from doing what you want to do, but I have a request for you too." "Okay." Jiang Zhao looked at the black and white candle and gestured for Second Last to continue. Second Last said sternly, "The days have to go on. Life here is the most realistic. You have a lot of unfinished business, and there are many people who care about you. Don't indulge in the dream of the upper level. You're an optimistic and cheerful person. Countless ancestors have created the environment for you to grow up in. All of them want to see you grow up healthily and rise. Don't be depressed." It was rare for Second Last to say so much. She even repeated what she said just now. The days have to go on. Jiang Zhao took the black and white candle. The little guy had escaped from the clutches of the great demon king, and it did not care who this strange guy in front of it was. It directly threw itself into Jiang Zhao's arms, looking aggrieved and rubbing its cheeks left and right. "Don't worry, I won't." Jiang Zhao stopped abruptly because the information in his internal star map made him feel astonished. Golden red candle cub, mutated, black and white, brass quality, star technique. 1. Impact, rampage. Brass quality, upgradable. 2. Cold, ice cold. Brass quality, upgradable. 3. Brightness. The candle is bright. Brass quality, upgradable. 4. Dependence. Maximizes the clinginess of the Candle Cub clan. It can integrate with another star beast of a dimension and survive together. Unknown quality, mutated Candle Cub exclusive, upgradable. Note: there is a certain chance of failure during the fusion process, which may result in the death of the two star beasts of a dimension. Do you want to tame it into a pet? Oh my god! Jiang Zhao stared at the coquettish black and white Candle Cub in his arms with his mouth agape, feeling rather overwhelmed. The Candle Cub clan was indeed clingy. They were timid, obedient, and afraid of strangers. However, once they realized that the other party had no ill intentions or even treated them slightly better, they would open their hearts and play happily with them. A typical example was junior sister Enai in the Night Disaster Mountain. After giving her a star power candy, the golden red Candle Cub refused to leave her arms. Another example was the incident in the Night Disaster Mountain. Jiang Zhao and Second Last fought their way through the forest. On the chaotic and noisy battlefield, the golden red Candle Cub discovered that their target was only the golden red giant worm. Not only did the golden red Candle Cub not get out of danger quickly, but they also gathered at the feet of the two of them and followed them while shivering in fear. Dependence was only shown in life and death situations. For example, Jiang Zhao's real body had never seen the black and white Candle Cub before. Back then, it was the masked Nine-Tailed who carried the black and white Candle Cub back. However, after the black and white Candle Cub broke free from Second Last's clutches, it pounced directly into Jiang Zhao's arms. Compared to being afraid of strangers, it was clearly more clingy. Jiang Zhao's response was to gently rub its body, which made the black and white candle cub even more. Jiang Xiao was very certain that the ordinary golden red candle cub definitely did not have a fourth star technique. Otherwise, the star technique, dependence, would have long been developed and a large number of star pets would have been produced. There would definitely be introductions on the internet too. Besides, the information transmitted from the internal star map was also very accurate. The internal star map clearly indicated that dependence was the exclusive star technique of the mutated candle cub. This mutated little guy is rather impressive. It has maximized its characteristics and directly upgraded it to a mutated star technique? Unknown quality? Exclusive mutated star technique? Can't be upgraded. That's what it means to be truly honorable. However, why can't it only be integrated with star beasts of other dimensions? Where's the clingy cub? Is this a star octopus beast? Wouldn't it be great if you integrated with me? I'm not afraid of death. Wait a minute. Jiang Xiao scratched his head. It was indeed difficult for him to die, but if he were to be punished by the special attributes and be judged to have failed the integration, he would be judged to have died. Scatter flowers? Jiang Xiao couldn't help but shiver and hug the black and white candle cub in his arms. Oh! The black and white candle cub struggled slightly and swung its tiny feet back and forth, trying hard to lean into Jiang Xiao's arms. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.